Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry, I think this is my first ever true late start. I'm very punctual, had some audio issues though. I want to get a few disclaimers out of the way, and I'll give Commish the opportunity to not make the same exact disclaimers. The first one, I'm sure he'll follow me in. Nothing I say during this will be financial advice. Do your own research. And then the other thing I would draw attention to is doesn't mean I'm the second best at the game. And fortunately or unfortunately, my guest is the employer of the person with the actual easiest job in the game. Still some issues here. I'm going to bring them up, and hopefully I don't have to troubleshoot anything. But welcome to the stage, Commish. I appreciate you taking me up on the rude, unkind, and threatening offer to join the stream.
Is this a safe space?
It is a safe space, yeah. And I mean, I think people are going to be a little bit disappointed if some subtle jabs aren't thrown back and forth. But yeah, I'm here for all of it.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me, Sten. This will be a lot of fun, and I enjoy the banter, as everybody knows. And so to be able to have a conversation with somebody else who I also respect and has a big brain for the game should be really good for the listeners. And ultimately, they'll be able to formulate their own opinions. But just to piggyback on what you said before, this is entertainment purposes only. Do not take anything as advice or recommendation. Please consult with your own team and make decisions for yourself.
Absolutely. So kind of getting into it, we don't have to rehash a lot of things you've covered. I would give a special shout out to JG Web3. I think his name's John. He just hosted Pocono Racing, Eddie from Pocono Racing on Thursday. That was fucking fantastic. Forget about like drinking Kool-Aid or liking Kool-Aid. Eddie's the fucking Kool-Aid man. Like he just like, ooh yeah, just fucking crushing through the wall. Like I want to be as optimistic about things as Eddie is. So maybe you'll convince me on some of those things. But certainly go check out that Spaces. Check out the one Commish has done with him. We'll cover some of the backstory because one thing that'll be a prevailing theme here is that we probably don't have a ton of overlapping fans and followers. We probably represent two separate sides of the coin. So check out the full backstory there with JG and Commish and a couple other guests he's had on. I know Mr. B's been there as well. I've caught most of them. They're all pretty good. So getting to some of the required backstory, shoot it straight. Did you mint stylish studs and fillies or just fillies, or when did you get into photo finish?
I missed the studs mint by about 2 weeks. I learned about photo finish through Ian doing a Twitter space with Exchange Art. So Exchange Art was run by this guy named A2K DeFi, and he helped build Digital Eyes, if you guys remember that website. And so he started branching off, and he was trying to obviously get more exposure for his platform. And Ian did it Spaces, and I remember just thinking, like, what is this horse PFP thing about? It seems silly. But, you know, just like anybody else, I did my own research, and I aped in right after that. And so I did mint some fillies. I wish I could have minted more, but, you know, just the way that the framework was set up, it didn't allow for us to really pivot that quickly. But I think generally speaking, looking back on it today versus back then, like, of course, you know, you always wish you could do things differently. Like nobody ever does anything perfectly. But I would say, generally speaking, where we are today, I don't really have any complaints. But it's been a wild ride. And Eddie said this too, like, you know, that summer of like making the tickets and negotiating. And Stan, you were there, you know, and I have here in my notes, you know, to bring this up, but like, I think the last time you and I were on a call together, or at least like engaging together, was when you and Aced Out were going through who's got the best tickets and who has the worst tickets and who's, you know, willing to sell and not willing to sell. And it's just been a wild ride from that moment in time to where we are today.
Yeah. Pour one out for Aced Out as well. Like if we're talking the reminiscing section of the agenda here. One of the guys that had curated, I think, what would have been a top 10 stable at the time of when we were done minting tickets. We certainly have a couple of his pieces. What is known now as RTF S-9 of 9 preference was his, as was Mercury, which is the S- Colt that we use quite frequently and has sired a right turf major winner. I know other people had ended up with a lot of his stuff, but you know, at the time there was really two schools of thought, and it was the Matches Mafia versus All Stats Matter, I think is what I was calling my cohort at that point. And I think I'm fair in suggesting you represent the Matches Mafia, at least for the purposes of this call. And, you know, I think Aced Out would have been in that camp as well. And what I had missed, so for those that don't know our backstory, we only minted 14 tickets, I think. So created 14 Gen Zero horses. We went live with like 44 or 46, something like that. So it was basically dollar cost average away to the stable that we started with. But we went super heavy with the one of ones. Of our 14, 9 were bred with one of ones, I think. And at least it might have been more. It might have been 11 bred with one of ones, and like 9 of them were what I consider like the S18.5 pluses. So nothing unique at all. And from like a racing standpoint, I think you would probably agree with me in live and even to some extent in the betas, that ended up being the racing play. It might not necessarily have ended up being the breeding play. What made you join the Matches Mafia? Was it Rage Panther that convinced you, or Wolof, or Dinga? Take me through that.
Yeah, well, Dinga and Wolof really weren't NFT guys. They really weren't PFP guys. So it was more like what they were more concerned with, like the end product than like the construction of the product. And so, listen, to be totally fair to myself and thinking back on it, like if you look at my Gen Zeros, we really tried to diversify, right? I did have one-on-ones. I did have matches. I had S's, S plus, A plus, B plus. And so we really wanted to protect ourselves from whatever the meta would have been going forward. But of course, we had our eggs in some of the baskets, towards the top end of the range. And I think both strategies at the end of the day have led to success for a lot of stables. And I don't really know that that anyone can go back and say, well, one ended up definitely being better than the other. Because like you said, on the racing standpoint, which is the engine of the game, it's clear and obvious in every single archetype that the horses with some one-on-one blood, or even, two instances of that one-on-one blood, are typically the most successful. And so I don't think that they're, again, in hindsight, I don't really think that was right or wrong. It was just what avenue do you want to navigate? And then, where does your competition lie in that as well? But from a breeding standpoint, no question, I think the matches dynamic won out, at least in the early stages of the game.
So are matches alive and well now? Like, what is the status of matches? We now have forecasts that allows for 0% to 100% and 20 percentile increments. And, kind of how that has played itself out, in my opinion, is obviously math would support that 80% or 100% is maybe most likely to be sloppy, and that I think we're probably seeing that condition preference matter in those races. I don't think we're seeing a ton of. We'll use right turf for a lot of our examples today. I think that's fair. You have some of the top RTS pieces. We have some of the top RTF pieces. Yep. We don't cross paths a ton in that, but my next point underscores that, in that it's really hard to win with RTF at RTS unless it's in sprints. And I think vice versa is true. RTS can maybe sneak one out on a good condition, probably not a fast condition if it's a longer race. So do you feel like we're balanced in conditions? And again, attributing conditions mostly to Gen Zero matches?
I don't know. I'll concede I'm not the expert on all the racing dynamics. I'm like, the individual, or just like the individual components and the little advantages on the edges of, an extra star here, like, does it matter at 4 furlongs versus 10? I'm not there yet. So I don't really have an educated opinion on that, other than generally speaking, right? RTF, you're going to have better short distance racers. RTF, you have better long distance racers. And again, this is just like the genesis of the game. As the game materializes and builds itself out over the next 10, 20, 30 generations, everything will be able to compete everywhere all the time, and it's going to be super, super competitive. But there's so many niches, right, that people can exploit today, or not even exploit, maybe that's not the right word, but just capitalize on, that if you're able to understand the racing dynamics that way, there's so many different ways to monetize that value or monetize that approach. And I don't think it gets enough credit today.
Continuing with the reminiscing angle a little bit there, is there anybody else we should be pouring one out for? Aced Out is one of the prominent ones that comes to mind for me, of someone that was just way into it until he wasn't into it at all. And for those that don't know of Aced Out and don't know of his situation, he was really concerned about his state being one that he wasn't able to participate in outside of using VPN, which I don't advocate. I don't think the team advocates, but I know some people certainly use it. But who else has been big and left? Kevin O'Neill, from a tool standpoint, he had Lonely Horses.
Yeah, Dewan from a crown standpoint, but nobody off the top of my head. Maybe Thalanter, or as Eddie says, Thalinator, which I thought was pretty
I just call it Val because I don't know how to say it either.
Yeah, me too. But I like Thalinator. I'm going to roll with that from now on. So Thalinator had one of the absolute best stables, even better than Aced Out. And it's his MVP emoji. So maybe a little something out for him. But, just like everybody else keeps saying, the majority of the community is still here today. We all knew what this thing could potentially be. And, for the most part, people were willing to sacrifice other things outside of PFL in order to make sure that this worked. And so here we are 2 years later. And I would argue if you went back in time and asked people, like, would this be where we thought we would be? 90% of people would say absolutely.
Interesting. Maybe it's just the eternal pessimist in me. I actually think we've exceeded where I thought we could have possibly been at this point. Yeah, and maybe that's coming from the other game where
I'm eternal bull, right? So there's a balance there.
Fair. Well, that's a good balance. And keeping in line again, maybe as we pivot to the next subject, when I said I'm not the best player of this game, I'm not the most knowledgeable player in this game, I actually think I was a better player in Zed, which is the other game that is often referred to, because anything I did there mattered more. Like, we're going to be fine next month no matter how I operate my stable. So I guess people I would point you to being the listeners, I think this is going to potentially have a pretty big following, not live, maybe post-live, might even have some shelf life to it. So like right now, if you go to stats on the homepage and you go to the leading stables all time, we'll maybe work in our first Solanaut Commish jab here. You have to get down to 58 to find Solanaut stables, which is fine. We can talk about some of that. But people that weren't OGs, people that showed up after the fact. So Ted Racing, obviously well known as splashing some cats around. So that's one way to get to the top. I would even include Sours in this. Tombstone Stables is 6th. He's certainly well ahead of us. He's getting more volume in than us now. He bought a big piece when David, who's probably the best at onboarding new users, in my personal opinion, sold a lot of his really nice pieces, most notably Doc Holiday, which was the RDS Unique S. That was a highly coveted asset. And he just kind of came right place, right time. So piggybacking up off that conversation from Eddie and John, and then kind of transitioning that to how Sours got in the game, and looking towards, the 2024 outlook, which is the next bullet point here. We'll skip one, I guess. Come back to it. There's no perfect time to have entered this game. Like, I would have maybe actually told you Eddie was too late. He conceded he bought things at the top or above the top. People like me weren't paying that because, as he alluded to, we knew what it was worth, and he just went above and beyond that. Sours he had some pieces, but then when a good piece became available, he bought it. Some people are buying great S+ pieces now. People are buying pieces below S+, even at the A+ level, and trying to go the slow and steady route. So I want to point towards, like, we're not at the top yet. We've got a long way to go. And that's kind of one of the things the night I asked you to come on is, I don't think we've accomplished what we need to yet, but we're certainly going in the right direction, and you're not too late. Even if you're listening to this 3-6 months from now, I would venture a guess you're not too late.
No, the analogy that Dinga and I use is that photo, like, third time is constantly pulling the rug out from underneath us, because the horses cannot be good forever, right? And so it's like this slow pull, right? And then somebody new can come in and find an opportunity to, either via breeding, whether you want to drop a lot of cash. There's always going to be a place for somebody new to come in and make a name for themselves. Because and I wrote this in the article, if you're not constantly staying active, your assets are going to depreciate. Your influence is going to depreciate. Somebody will come in. And for me, that's why I love what Ian said, I don't know if he said this or wrote this, but he said that this game could be evergreen, right? Which really just means it could last forever, right? And all they have to do is push updates, listen to the community, make some tweaks here or there. but the game could literally last forever. There's always going to be new content, new personalities, new horses, new names, new features, and this type of environment, well, in theory, should always allow someone to come in. And so I don't actually think like the idea of being late to this game really exists outside of maybe being late to Crown, right? Like, of course, getting Crown at 2 cents is way better than getting it at $2. But generally speaking, I don't think you can be late to racing or to breeding. There's just too many races. There's too many different segments, and none of them are full. None of them can be dominated. And even the big stables who are winning today, and I'll throw you into that mix, Stens. All right.
That's
They're not going to be able to manage this much all the time, especially when new competition comes into play. So there's a lot of room for people to come in and elbow their way in and make a name for themselves. And again, that's why I think this game is awesome. Now, let me add a few things on Eddie's stream, because I loved it. Great show. John does a great job. Much different format than what you're doing here. And
more
Eddie,
professional, one might say.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this show as more like a talk show, like an ESPN, talk show. And my nickname for you has always been Stephen A. Stens. Because you have some like good stuff I agree with, and some stuff I'm like, this guy's a clown. What is he talking about? And that's just like Stephen A. Smith, right? But that's the beautiful thing about this. It's all about content and new content, and always talking about the next thing, right? Just keep it moving. People are not always going to agree with you, and who cares, right? You're talking about the same things. You're interested in the same things. And I personally hate Stephen A. Smith, but you know what? If I'm going to listen to someone debate and talk about the Super Bowl tomorrow, I'll listen to Stephen A. Smith. Maybe he's got a point that I didn't consider. And so that for me is great. And I love what you're doing here, even though you are Stephen A. Stens.
Fair enough. And shout out to all the content creators out there. I know YSM, MJ, shout out to him. He's going live, I think, after this, which is a fucking daring move to pull. Like, who knows when this is even going to end? Like, how can you commit to that promise, MJ?
I got all the time today.
I don't want to miss anybody. Mo knows. I'm going to miss people. I know Brad from Miami Nation is doing some shows as well. I would love to see, D-Stables are doing some stuff internally. I would love to see more people get involved, because to your point, everybody's got a slightly different vantage point and they have a different learned experience. So I think I'm going to probably try to reach out to Monkey Tennis to see what's kept him on the sidelines so long, and want to shout out when I was talking about two people that have kind of more or less shown up late and made huge impacts. One who was here more or less the entire time, but when everybody else was by and he was kind of sitting tight, was a poker player from Drini Park, and then his buddy Trawlers. They're 18th and 19th respectively in the leaderboard now. They probably trade spots and actually trade insults at each other when they pass each other. And then Crush Stables is 30th right now. I think those three have more or less built their earnings through claimers. So that just shows you don't have to necessarily play at the top of the market either. I mean, I'll give poker players some credit. I think he's done better in the majors of late than we have, but you're not too late. You have a unique opinion. You have a unique vantage point of the game. So if you ever want to get involved in streaming, you ever want to get involved in content creation, Commish, David are really great on the medium side. Like I said, I think John from JG Web3 does great in the spaces or potentially podcast format. Pete from YSM as well. There's so many people that want to help you get involved, because we all have to grow this game together.
Yeah, we're all incentivized the same way, the same as the team, right? We're all getting paid in Crown, same as the team. And it's still capitalism in a way, and it's like a more democratized form of capitalism, where like the people who create are now sharing some of that wealth with others, and the longer they can give Crown out, the better it is for everybody who can join at any stage along the way. And real quick, just staying on Eddie, and I hope he's listening because he's getting a ton of airtime right now. The one horse he didn't mention that I think he paid the most for was Morningwood. So I helped broker that deal for him. So there's a guy on Twitter, Soul Poppy. He's an artist. He does like abstract art on Twitter, and he had minted a whole bunch of stuff in PFL, and him and I would talk like from time to time. And I didn't realize how good Morningwood was, and so Eddie's like, "Hey, do you know any good tickets?" I'm like, "Yeah, man. This guy over here's got Morningwood, and it was some other elite filly. I think Monkey Tennis ended up buying it."
Yeah, it's not Indian Wells, not Serena.
I think it was a filly.
It's a filly. Yeah. Why can I not think of the name? Someone in chat will have it. Someone bail me out here.
So those two, I think the guy asked for 1,400 soul. It was like 900 for Morningwood.
Venus Vibes is the one.
Venus Vibes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, two absolute monster horses for 1,400 soul. And I think at the time Eddie was like, I'm like drunk on PFL. Like whatever you got, just give it to me. And so I think that was the most expensive horse he purchased, or at least the most expensive ticket he had purchased.
I think did that hold up? I think he got J-Rake 1, which is actually supposed to be Drake 1, but until J-Rake comes on stream, I'm not going to correct myself. That was the S-26, which at LTS.
Yeah.
I feel like Morningwood was, maybe it wasn't more expensive. Those might have been the top two of actual tickets that exchanged, though. Yeah. So kudos to him for taking big swings, and it certainly paid off for at
the time it was like 41K or 42K for those two tickets, because he had to send me a picture of his wallet to this guy Pop
to prove he's got it. Yeah, it's funny. I will share, I mean, more inside jokes than anything, but I have a DM from Eddie last night, 9:57 my time. And I told him the story you just shared, that I was like, Commish knew who had 16 and 18, because I remember, and you mentioned it earlier, taking inventory of like, what hasn't been bred yet? Is it going to be bred? Could it be bought? What could it become if it was bred? Could it become an LTS? Could it become an LTF? Pour one out for LTF existing. And I was like, God, I know Commish told me he knew who that was. And then Bokudo told me last night he was sworn to secrecy on that story. So now the cat's out of the bag. You let it out yourself. So appreciate that and share the story. Your next bullet point.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. I got way more to talk about, baby. We haven't got time.
All right.
So Mr. B, Mr. B messaged me last night. And he was like, you and Stens, Mr. B, you and Stens, you guys are two of the brightest minds, talking PFL. Don't get into a pissing match. I'm like, listen, Mr. B, don't worry. He's like, and I said to him, we may be bright, right? There's only room for one star in this galaxy, and I'm reserving it for Mr. B. All right, how's that?
Oh, I thought it was going to be Dinga. I thought we were coming back with Dinga.
Dinga's my partner. He doesn't get any credit. Him and I are in the same book. No, Mr. B is a legend. I met him in person in New York City, along with Philly Shell and Dewan. This is still during a ticket time. Mr. B is a legend. Philly Shell, a great guy. I love both of them. In fact, Philly Shell and I live pretty close to each other. We keep planning on meeting up, just hasn't materialized. But, and I know you and I spoke earlier about maybe doing a Breeders' Cup next year or later this year. In my eyes, when you think about content creators, and there's going to be 24/7 coverage at some point, Mo can't call every race. There's going to be more race callers that will be on. There's going to be like these little hubs throughout the world, in Australia, in the UK, on the East Coast, West Coast, where people are just going to get together and we're going to grow this game together in real life, online, on StreamYard, on YouTube, on Twitter, on whatever. And so anytime we can start to continue to make these connections, I'm all for it, and I love to see it. But if you want to see my face, you got to see me in person.
That's reasonable. I'm totally fine with that. But I would say, like, if you're ever on the fence about doing any of these things, just do them. Like, what's the worst that could possibly happen? Like, I met Carter from TriStar Racing in Nashville this past fall. I thought it was going to be awful because he's kind of a cuntish personality, and it wasn't that bad. And then I met J Rick. He doesn't even own any racehorses, basically, but I still thought it was worth meeting him in Mississippi. It's been a lot of fun. Nate LFC from Golden Boot, he's from Minnesota. Tom Blue Elders from Minnesota. So some plans maybe in the works for some of that stuff. But yeah, I know the official trip is the Kentucky Derby, and I'm not personally going to make that, but I think everybody that does is going to have a ton of fun. And then the unofficial Cabal-led trip, I think, is going to be to the Breeders' Cup in Del Mar. I just think it's San Diego is a better backdrop, and time of year wise, it works well for me. But if you're thinking more ambitious than that, and your bullet point was PFL and Web3, I would challenge anybody to go to Breakpoint this year. It's in Singapore. It's in September. That's fairly difficult for maybe most people, but I think PFL is committed to having a presence there. And if PFL is your first step into Web3, or maybe second after Zed, and you want to get more involved, I think that's going to be a great opportunity for people. And generally speaking, again, not financial advice, those big conferences tend to more or less pay for themselves with drops and swag that you get. So, are you going to Breakpoint, NFT, NYC? What are your plans for the year, crypto-wise?
I don't know. My wife is pregnant. Our first kid. It's due in May. That's why I can't go to the Derby. So I don't know. My whole life is going to be completely different in a few months, so I can't commit to anything at the moment.
You got so caught up in PFL breeding, you decided to take breeding in real life. Would you say that your wife is a one-of-one, or you guys just have a lot of matches that work well together?
Well, listen, she'll tell me she's a one-of-one, of course. Yeah, no, that's pretty funny, Stens. Listen, let me ask you a question though. Let's go back to Zed or the other game, because you brought that up, right? And I saw a tweet from Poseidon about the Breathless Edge sale. All right. I tried to get some more. Thanks, guys. I tried to get some more context around this, but the Twitter peeps weren't really answering my question. Did they sell that horse? Did they buy that horse? Right, so I'm going to ask you a few questions here. Hold on. I'll set the stage and then you can riff on this. Okay. Did they buy it? Did they sell it? And the person who bought it, did they get a positive ROI on that purchase? Do you think PFL can get there, 400K, and when? Were there other 100K plus sales in the other game? And then the final question, actually start with that, right? So let's just talk about the sale.
Yeah, you're really challenging my memory or recollection here.
You're good. I know you got this, but then I got a follow-up question to that I want to make sure we hit. So opine on that for a minute.
So Poseidon, who at times I've been critical of here, we can talk about it because our stables are actually built fairly similarly, just in different archetypes. He had owned that horse. They were very early to that. He and his brother had a lot of Z1s, had a lot of really nice pieces. Grandeur was another one. Was a great content creator. Used to do a lot of YouTube stuff. He was like streaming like once a week. So it'd be nice to get him involved, even if he just wants to be a guest. It doesn't have to be with me if we've got a history. It can be with Peeb. I'm volunteering Peeb for hosting stuff, and he's got to host Steelheart and Fowl on a daily basis. So sorry, Peeb. But Poseidon sold that. It had a kind of a long and prestigious career, but no different than how Poseidon probably manages his horses in PFL. He very, very, very meticulously raced his horses in Zed, which I mean to say is like took easy races where he could get them, had the highest possible win rates he could get, and then once he got stats he was comfortable with in a game where horses didn't age and they didn't pass their peak age, more or less park things, when obviously he would have made more money just racing them from like a sheer like dollar in point, but he protected those records. He protected the narrative around those horses. You can use narrative as a dirty word there if you'd like. Sometimes I do myself. But yeah, he sold it. It was a huge deal. I was already out of Zed when this deal happened, so I did some follow-up. No, I don't think it's any surprise that most of my partners are either in Zed or were former Zed players as well. Some very prominent. So I did some digging. Huge overpay. But I think it's one of those things where they looked at it more as the signal it sent, or the collectability of having something that might be the best. Is it worth what you paid for it? Maybe not, but if it's the best, how cool is it to fucking own the best of something?
Sure.
Now, it wasn't necessarily... Zed was, in my opinion, whatever, if there's three, it's binaries too, so whatever, it's trinary word, I don't know. There was basically three subsets of horses, and this might have been the best at the hardest one to be the best at. Some people would dispute that. It wasn't the best sprinter. It wasn't the best long distance horse. It was kind of a longish mid that could run anywhere, was pretty great everywhere. But it was just a gross overpay. The day it happened, it was probably 2x what it was worth, in my opinion. And there's some people in the chat that can clarify that if they want. Can we get there in PFL? Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we couldn't. Like, we're looking at things from the team having made a total of 2 fundraisers. The first and most notable one was, 3 years ago at this point? And I look at this kind of last one, which was smaller. And we don't know valuations of these things when they happen. But I think it was more of like a bridge deal to what's next. And I hope what's next is soon. And I think this time, more than the dollar, what will be important is the connections they can make. They do have to partner with someone that can help them bring this to market better, either that's existing user base or what have you. And then everything just needs to continue to build up. So like right now, we'll get into this when we talk stable constructions and where we built our stuff out. But for the longest time, it wasn't that beneficial to have the best racehorse. Let's be brutally honest. Like, yeah, there was like when every horse was racing as Gen Zeros, it was nice to have the best horse. And then most things retired, including my biggest regret was being on Doughboy's stream and like retiring 3 colts we had no need to retire that would have fucking printed for like 6 seasons because I didn't need to use them in breeding. But that was basically the farming meta, right? Like seasons.
Yeah, we missed that meta.
What ended up being?
I have a regret on that as well.
5 through 9 or whatever is like not competitive racing, stacking huge stacks of crown, racing fairly profitably, crown at a low cost basis, all of those things. But other than that, like if you got second in that race or you got third in that race during that farming meta, like it wasn't that different than getting first. They were small fields. Yeah. Entry fees weren't huge. It was just the crown allocation was ginormous. And because they weren't full fields, you were printing. So having the second best horse was plenty good. It was better than good. Yeah. It's only the last like 2 to 3 seasons, I'll say, that we've finally gotten to the point where it actually makes financial sense to try to have the best possible horse. And I'm a nit, I'm a dunce. So a lot of times I don't chase it myself, or I'm like foolhardy and think I can get there myself, which we'll talk about as well. But certainly if the next fundraise goes well, game metrics continue to look good, Solanaut Stables finally starts racing some horses, like I think we can get to numbers where those are justifiable sale prices, not just buying a collector's item. Yeah,
I have a little bit of reservation. Just people are charging $50 to breed a fucking S horse or an S plus horse. Like, you're never going to make a $50,000 horse again if somebody can make it for $50. You know, I got a lot of opinions on that. We can maybe dive into that later. But I want to follow up with one last question around the other game. That game lasted for a couple of years. Obviously, they did a few things well. What's the one thing that they did well that PFL still has not done well yet?
Ooh, this is interesting because I mean, the best thing they did, some of it is truly just the benefit of timing, but there's timing and there's connections. And you can't just say it was timing for them, because one thing that worked really well for them is the fundraise that they had, I think it was either early 2021 or mid 2021. Someone can correct the record on this. I think they had A16Z money invested in that, which gave them a lot of credibility. And then maybe more importantly, in my opinion, was the Chernin group was a participant in that round as well. And if you don't know, the Churning Group has got Mark Cuban connections, if he's the general partner there or not, but Cuban's money's there. And then the trickle downs effect of that was like Jonathan Bales, Peter Jennings, Adam Levitan, potentially, all of like the DFS, like prominent stars of DraftKings and FanDuel kind of were limited partners in Churning Group. So what you had was recognizable faces and people that were trusted for whatever they did in DFS, starting to play around in Zed, buying 40 ETH horses, those types of things that people just followed them from DFS. I followed them from DFS. Mm-hmm. There was like a natural rotation from accounting or poker to DFS, sure, to Top Shot to Zed. And they crushed it in that the people was a relatively small subset of people they had to more or less have on their side. Like I said, Peter Jennings, Jonathan Bales wrote an article at one point. The Lucky Trader itself was at least at one point owned by the Churning Group or Jonathan Bales. So I feel like we're kind of shut out of that circle of people. Now, Peter Jennings follows either me or the stable on Twitter. Oh, good for us. Like, so there's eyes, but bridging through to those connections, whether it's those specific connections or similar connections, is probably what we need to be doing with this next fundraise round. So if that's Alex Becker of the world, I'm not the biggest fan, but he has a huge following. You don't have to use the same exact people to get there.
Sure.
But you have to convince people that already have the trust and influence of others to participate in this. And I think that's what they crushed. The other thing that happened kind of after, and we'll talk about this as it relates to breeding, which is why I want to at least introduce it now, is they started way after I left. They started kind of focusing the narrative. Their problem was the best horses were the best horses. You couldn't make better horses. They live forever. So what do you do when you're in that situation? One, we don't have that specific problem. That's lovely. I do love that. But they made it about what are the new horses. So we sort of do that with Fool's Day. I love all the content creators, Doughboy as well, that participates in that. And it is nice to see new things. But at some point, there's probably an opportunity to just focus on the new cycle of horses, the fresh new stuff. So when you have concerns about $50 S horses and the breeding fees, those types of things, maybe that limits your upside. But I think as long as there's always something new and exciting, kind of irregardless of what it costs, you can feature multiple things. You can feature the Kentucky Derby, and hopefully we get partnerships in Europe for right turf racing, Royal Ascot, potentially other places. But if we celebrate the new stuff so much better than we do now, I think that's another avenue to unlock. And that is what Zed did well with their maiden tournaments. Basically, you had to breed a horse to participate in the event. It was a heavily juiced event. And it got people in a very stale game to go back to breeding again. Now, I don't know exactly where the Zed meta is. They had a pretty prominent announcement the other day, but I haven't followed up on what it meant.
All right, so I got a non-game related item and then a game related item. I can
sure
with those answers. So I guess if Bryce, I see Bryce is here. I'm sure he's listening. And Bryce is probably as intimately familiar with these dynamics as you were. I'm sure that this is funneled up to the top. What do you think about that?
Yeah, if Bryce will funnel it up to the top a third time, or if he agrees with what I said about Zed.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, both.
I like Bryce. Like, I have been at odds with the team. We can get into some of it if we need to. It's the right spot to hit me. I have vulnerabilities there. But Bryce has been a breath of fresh air because, in my opinion, and I love what Photo Finish Live has done for me, for the people that I am invested with, for everybody that's in the community. But if the fact still remains, and it's probably more true in like January or February of 2022, those time frames. If you just said anything that was like a questioning comment, you just get the fanboys jumping down your throat and being like, how can you possibly fucking question Ian in the background, EA Sports, FanDuel, Zynga? And it's like, it's just a question, guys. Just either say, we'll get back to you, we don't know the answer to that, or maybe we'll do something differently here.
Sure.
And I think Bryce has really brought on an opportunity to convey constructive criticism and provide, as he says, a barrier between him and Chat GPT when it relates to the schedule, but other things as well. I look at right or wrong, Bryce is the PFL therapist, and he could add a couple letters behind his name if you'd like for that certification that I'm giving him. But
all right,
he's been fucking great.
We'll give Bryce a little shout out here.
And I like Ryan too. He came from the other game as well. Like, there's nothing wrong with them coming from there. I think that's always where, like, when I felt disenfranchised with the fanboys when people were asking questions, is like, okay, but if you never played Zed, like, yeah, you can trust blindly, or you can say, like, okay, here's a specific example of how something didn't work. How are we going to do something differently to address what specifically didn't work elsewhere? And a lot of times there are real answers to that, but the real answer isn't like just like blindly trust and like question someone's character for asking a question.
Yeah, I've probably fallen into that camp a few times myself, won't lie.
I think you're better than, to give RVA a shout out. I think he's currently watching paint dry, which is not related to this stream, by the way. I think he's actually watching paint dry. But yeah, I think you're better than most, and I think you have an open mindset. And this will maybe be my first challenge to you on this stream is I just challenge you to be more publicly visible. Like, if it's once a month you pen a Medium article, if that's what you're most comfortable with, or once a month you join someone else. It does not need to be me. I don't care. Join JG Web and do a follow-up. Join Pede, join Doughboy. Like, it doesn't matter. Join MJ and talk about what you like or don't like about his tools. And again, I'm inviting you to everybody else's stream, not them inviting you. But we need the people that people trust to be publicly visible. We need to be our own Peter Jennings, Adam Levitans, Al Smizzle. It's not lost on me when we reveal 100 horses on Monday. It's not me looking down upon the poors and saying, look how many great horses we have. I'm revealing 110 horses so that they don't have to pay too much for a horse that's out of their price range, but they want to have the excitement of seeing a new horse being revealed. And that's why I try to play into like the downside, even maybe more than I actually personally feel about a horse reveal. Like, I know Al Smizzle, Al Zeidenfeld would even probably credit Castro, who does FIFA pack openings. Like, I'm just trying to do the same thing as those guys. I'm not as big a name, but if we take all of our collective internal big names and have them publicly facing fairly regularly, I think that it helps everybody. So I would challenge Monkey Tennis, Soulmates, a lot of people that are huge, knowledgeable people with different vantage points to get more publicly facing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point of view, you know, and I'll give you my philosophy behind that, and maybe you could challenge it, but let me give you an analogy.
Okay.
Let's use current event. All right. I haven't looked today, but last time I saw, I think Putin's interview had like 175 million views. You think if he does another interview next week, he's going to get another 175 million views? No fucking way. Now, listen, first off, I'm not saying I'm Putin, okay?
Why? Maybe I wasn't even going to go there. Now I'm going to question, like, how much further below from an influence standpoint do you feel you are, either with third time or foreign relations than Vladimir Putin? Yeah, just below.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to play that game, but yeah, I think there's an element of also being like rare and unique. Like, if you hear from the same people all the time, you know what they're gonna say. You know, there's not that much changes. And so, like, if you do something quarterly or maybe semi-annually, like, it still becomes more of an event. right? And you change that dynamic a little bit, because I think sometimes it gets a little boring hearing from the same people all the time. But it is a fair call out. Like, yeah, we do need more people that, or to say more consistent exposure to people who are doing things that other people want to do. So I think that's fair. And so I'll try to figure out a nice balance between the two. But normally, you know, Stens, and you know, when you call me out, I want to prove you wrong. I do this and you don't. Okay, fine, let me do it. Oh, I do this and you. Okay, fine, let me do it. And so I'm definitely the type that feeds off of, like, I'm not going to say negative feedback, or, you know, but if you just tell me how great I am, yeah, I like that, but that's not going to make me do anything. But if you tell me I haven't done something, exactly. But if you tell me I can't do something or I'm not going to do something, well, I'm definitely going to prove you wrong. So, you know, there's a push and a pull, or a give and a take when it comes to, you know, my ego, for sure.
Well, I will say, you know, similar to how, like, if someone ruins the birthday surprise on the wrong person, I appreciate you ruining one of your 2 annual appearances and using it on this stream, as opposed to places where there's actual production value with MJ, or vice versa. So I appreciate that.
Well, MJ hasn't invited me either, you know, and listen, and you know, that's the thing. I'm not going to invite myself. You know, listen, you know, of course.
I'm a little surprised by that one. I wasn't surprised you weren't comparing yourself to Putin, but man, I thought you had the audience of everybody.
No, MJ has not extended the invite. So that's the thing. Like, if you guys want to hear, and you know, and there's different segments of people, like, who listen to him, who don't listen to you. Of course, we want to hit those kind of people, right? And not every streamer is going to have the same overlapping of audience. And so, yeah, I'm always open to.
Knew this was coming. Shout out.
Well, he's got a safe face now, so you know, I don't blame him.
I highly doubt that that's some saving face. So now we'll get back on. I mean, this has been great, but we'll get back on your agenda items. The next one was PFL in Web3, and we touched on some aspects of that, how it compares and contrasts with the other horse racing game. But we didn't talk about how it fits in Solana as a whole, or pretending to not be on chain as a whole. Like, what do you want to cover there? What are your initial thoughts there?
Yeah, so I said this on John's interview, and if you haven't listened to it, I don't want to repeat the same things. This is a much more in-depth conversation, where that's more about, like, you know, your history, how you got there, you know, kind of your 30,000 foot experience. But this, we can actually spend the time to go deep. And so, you know, this idea of, like, Solana, right? Like, the backbone tech behind a lot of these applications that are being created, it just feels weird to me that that's, like, who we define ourselves as. It almost feels like we're, like, rooting for a country, right? Like, Ethereum is its own nation state, and it has its own rules and its own currency and its own vocabulary. And then here in Solana, we have a different set of rules and a different type of currency and a different type of vocabulary. It's very similar in that nature of, you know, like, how people want to associate themselves. Like, you know, we wear the flag of Solana versus the flag of, you know, the Isle of Man or whatever. So to me, that's an interesting dynamic. And, you know, I don't know how that plays out over time. You know, maybe this whole idea of crypto kind of, you know, it makes, like, the financial borders, like, not exist. I don't know. I'm totally, like, going off the rails here. But when you think about, like, PFL and, like, other applications that are built on top of these L1s, for me, that's really where the real value is. And again, this is why, you know, I write this on my personal Twitter. I own Bitcoin, I own Chainlink, and I own Crown. And there are very simple reasons. There's a finite supply. And if people want to use those platforms, there's only so much that that is available to have. And Solana is not like that. And people were complaining about Ethereum. It's $4,000 for a token. How much can I really use it for? But then people are like, I can't wait till Solana gets to be $4,000. But aren't you just recreating that same problem on a different chain? And so for me, I don't see the value in an L1 token growing and growing and growing. It just doesn't compute for me. And Solana is an inflationary token. So I personally see the value like, and I'll call PFL like a layer 2, right? That's the one being built on top of the backbone of whatever blockchain or whatever. It's really just a server, whatever server you're building on top of. And I look at PFL more as a representative of Web3, right? A much larger umbrella than just like Solana. Because again, if I'm putting myself in Ian's shoes, and I've met Ian personally before. I was in Orlando a couple years ago. I stopped by the office for like 45 minutes just to say hello. And he talked about
a pizza party. Did you play Tekken?
No. And so we just talked about like, what does the future look like? And in the future, to like the sales pitch to Churchill Downs or to Royal Ascot or to, I don't know if it's EAM or EMA, whatever, the people who run the Saudi Cup.
Yeah. The
pitch isn't Solana and like that's just like a bullet point. That's not the headline of the slide. The headline of the slide is $3 million of Derby exists in our system. We have this much money coming through. Blah 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 blah. And so I don't look at Solana as really being important in the growth of this game. I think the idea of Web3 is more important than the idea of Solana. And that's why, for me, the topic was the status in Web3, not the status in on the blockchain. And look, we talked about this before related to the other game. People played the other game at the time, I'm air quoting, hated Solana, and now they're playing this game. And now they love Solana. It's about the game. It's about the application. It's not about the blockchain. So for me, that's why it's how does Ian create the first ever or one of the first ever games that incorporates this Web3 technology and ideology on the back end of this amazing game. And this amazing game just happens to be horse racing. So that's kind of how I look at it and how I view it. And so, again, I'll do whatever I can to support the growth of this game, right? And of course, I said this on John's stream, but we're all getting paid because we all get crown, right? So if you're in any way possible earning crown, right, the responsibility is on your shoulders. And the more crown you have, right, the more money you're making. In theory, that's more responsibility for you to make sure that the game grows. And so I try to make sure I'm holding up my end of the bargain and doing what I can to bring value back to the ecosystem outside of just, collecting stud fees. There's definitely more effort outside of just playing the game that will help this thing grow.
So I'll make a clarifying point on your behalf, and you can insert a jab at me if you'd like, but you don't mean how much crown you hold and that relating to your responsibility to grow the game. You mean how much crown you've actually earned at any given point in time, because what we hold as a stable is a much different number than what we've earned at any given time. But going back kind of on...
Listen, that's a you problem, Stens, because everything I've owned, I still hold. The only time I've only sold crown to buy more PFPs. I've never ever sold crown for liquidity. I've never sold crown for anything else. And I'm not the biggest stack either. I have a very nice stack, but I'm not the biggest stack. But that's a you problem. That's a YSM problem. That's a soulmates problem. I don't know those. I don't know those problems.
For sure. And in my defense, I personally, not as our stable, I've bought about 1.25% or 1.33% of D stables, which is more or less very legally complicated participation in crown from my standpoint. But going back to what you said about the relationship between Solana and PFL, I think I agree with most of what you said. And if you want to be more candid and nerdy, you could basically say how does Sol accrue value if the transaction cost on Sol is negligible at best, and it is an inflationary supply. You add inflationary, I think it's just the transaction cost itself, which makes it hard to accrue value as well. But I think they have a mutually beneficial relationship, which I think you agree with. But I think we still have to capitalize on everything that exists now. And then longer term, it can be the beacon of maybe PFL is literally a layer 2 on Solana or Monad or whatever blockchain hasn't even been conceptualized yet in 5 years from now.
Sure.
there's opportunity for growth. And I think if there's a frustration that I've had, and I think was probably my strike two with our fearless leader, was I was very vocal about like not crushing the competition, because in Web3, it's so new, it's so unique. Relatively speaking, the relative quality of every project is so inferior anyways that you don't have to crush. Like you can win together. And I think one thing we could have done better is capitalize on the relationships that we could have made internally on Solana or just in Web3 as a whole. Like, it's not lost on me that I think we've had one meaningful giveaway for the holders of PFPs. And by giveaway, I mean either pre-sale or whitelist. And by the way, that was the inception of farming and Photo Finish Live, if we're going to make a historical reference here in Reminisce, is I raced any horse in the Right Dirt qualifiers the season that we were given the top 20 qualifiers in the Right Dirt Championship, a whitelist to the heist. So there you have it, your historical fact. But I think what Ian could have done potentially better, and I hope we do, and it's not just the whitelist and the pre-sales, but I think someone that's alpha hunting, as it's called, and it's kind of a dirty thing anyways, but it at least has conversations with new projects that are coming up. Like, they're new, maybe we should actually want to know about them and learn their backstory. Maybe they worked at EA and Zynga and FanDuel as well, and they're just starting their Web3 journey later. Like, I think Acclainosaurus is one of the most technically qualified projects on any blockchain. We didn't get any whitelists for Acclainosaurus. They have a huge Acclainosaurus bag. I'm not trying to get anybody to buy any, but it's just, we didn't spend time in spaces with SMBs when SMBs were king shit on Solana. We didn't spend much time with Boryoku Dragons. I know he did spend some time there, but the interest in Boryoku Dragons building a stable ended up in absolute horsepower. Those specific assets that were being talked about is something we absorbed as opposed to them, because I think we took this mindset of we're going to crush the competition, and every other project was a competition. It wasn't simply Zed, it wasn't ETH versus Sol, it was everything. And I know if that's something that he needs to do to fuel him, like you talked about, I challenged you to the stream. I said you didn't do enough, and that's what motivated you to join in some part. So if that's a motivating factor for him, like, I get it. But I think we really need to embrace and capitalize on everything that's going on now. Be the beacon of hope he wants to be by showing others the way, not saying like, we're better than you, where's our respect? So that's my soapbox on our relationship with Web3 currently. Is I think we can be the best, second best, top 10 project, whatever you want that number to be, but we should embrace our spot in the community, not just our spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Let me drop another historical fact on the stream for you. There was a point in time, I don't remember when this was, it may even been pre-Stens. Ian had put a poll up in the community. Do you want PFL to be the place where we chase whitelists and do alpha stuff? Or do we leave that for the Sweets community? That's more of a degen community where this is much more elevated than, you know, what the Sweets people were expecting. And so a lot of us voted just do it in Sweets. Like, don't ping us every other day with some new whitelist and some new thing that someone wants to give away, because this was right after like every NFT project was going down the shitter. It's like, I don't care about, you know, the angry aardvarks. Like, just stop fucking pinging me about the next adjective animal. Like, and so, you know, maybe your call now is an opportunity for us to revisit that, because you're right. People should want to be a part of our community. People should know that, hey, by the way, PFL, they're doing amazing. They got this, they got that. It may not be for me, but they got some really bright minds. They got some, you know, XYZ things. How can we use that to leverage, you know, more exposure for us? And in turn, right, that gives us more exposure, right, in return. If that project doesn't work out, maybe it now allows somebody who saw that first, right, to then see us afterwards. And so I think that's That's a fair way to look at it. And, you know, I think Pooty was like
he's technically the Alpha Hunter.
Yeah, but I think he was doing that more for Sweets than he was for here. And I haven't been in the Sweets Discord for quite some time, but I think that's a fair pivot, or maybe some sort of, you know, negotiation that or a compromise that Ian can make to really, again, like you said, supplant our name as, you know, the premier project, and not even project, it's more product at this point. The premier product in Web3.
And I would hope that he would feel comfortable empowering Bryce or Ryan or really anybody on his team in large part to do that. Like, he's so good with his elevator pitch. He's so good with the backstory of his history, the hit stick, all those things. Most of us have heard it like 3 dozen times. Like, we get it. It's great. And I think
who's an example. You just proved like who's an example. All right. Yeah.
But so where I'm going with this is, like, I think if we're talking about getting more involved in Solana or Web3, getting involved with Pudgy Penguins, it'd be great if they built a stable. I think when I say that, Ian hears that he needs to do an AMA with Pudgy Penguins. Like, no, find someone that you trust on the team, whether that's Ryan or Bryce or tag team of Ryan and Bryce or Wrong Paul, like whoever you can trust in that avenue. Because I guess what's the downside risk if Bryce screws it up and starts talking about Zed instead of PFL? Like, what's the real downside? If they aren't playing our game now, what have we cost ourselves? So I'm not saying Ian has to do it every time. I'm saying, like, we should just try to be more visible as a product. In your point, like I'm talking about, the community members also need to be more visible.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fair enough.
I guess that's also fair.
What do we have next? 2024 outlook.
Yeah, so I want you, Stens. What are the things you're most bullish about for the year? And maybe we don't know, you know, through December, of course, but, you know, what are the things you're most looking forward to, you know, over the next couple of months as you think about, you know, the growth of PFL?
I think it's, capitalizing on everything that's here. So picking back where we left, and to give the team a shout out, we're going to race bonk dogs or whatever. I don't know when, but that's something that they're doing there. And then the other thing that I've also touched on heavily is I assume a fundraising round is fairly close. And as I said then, and I'll say again, I care less about the bottom line number of what they've raised, or even if it gives you a top line valuation, and more about who and why we're partnering with those people. If we partner with Royal Ascot, that's obvious. I don't need to question who or why. And then within the ecosystem itself, I think it's admitting where they could use help and kind of addressing those things. You know, the schedule came out yesterday, and again, we'll get a jab in here. I don't know if you would know where to start on the schedule, because the pieces you would race would be at the very top and you don't have to worry about the rest, and it's only a couple horses. But you know, some of us care really deeply about this, and it doesn't matter if I'm making money. It doesn't mean it's not a problem. It's not something we should work towards. We should have a schedule that's workable for everybody, and everybody's got their own bag bias. So even if I suggest something, I understand there's potentially going to be some bias in there, but you also have to look at, what do I have to lose if the schedule doesn't work versus the alternative? Like, if I make money by exploiting claimers, exploiting flash breeding, all the things that I can be culpable for, like, fine, I make money there, but I make way more money if this works for everybody. Like, if the pie grows, my diameter of my pie piece might go down, but the mass of the pie piece is way more massive. Yeah. So that wasn't the most rosy outlook. I mean, I think we're on the right track. I think the team really needs to do whatever they can to continue to incentivize having the best. And the best at something. Like there needs to be a place for the A pluses. If that's the bottom now, we used to talk about the Bs. I'm not sure. Maybe there are still B pluses. There needs to be a place for everybody, but there also has to be incentive to aspire towards greatness. Because if you don't have that, if you push down claimers, which I told Bryce was totally on board with pushing it down. My schedule suggestion included pushing them down. But we have to make sure that we're protecting the things that are underneath it, because if you're saying that what was an S plus RDF this next season was going to race in a 225K claimer or 250K claimer, and those are gone, the max is 175. If an S was racing in the 175, does he go down to the 125, and then what was at 125 goes down to 75, and therefore you've sort of crushed the bottom? When it doesn't mean the schedule was wrong, it sort of conveys that we potentially could have had a demand issue. And eventually, horse valuations will be supported by what a horse is actually worth, not how many buyers are lined up to buy it. We had surplus demand for several months in a row, and we're correcting from that. It doesn't mean we're on a downward slope. It just means we have to figure out where we're actually at. Sorry, I got on a high horse there again.
No, actually, I agree with that. And listen, I will definitely blame the community as part of that as well. Like you talked about, pushing the B horses out of the game. Well, it's all right, poker player.
It's a good one.
Yeah, he's been ripping me the last couple of days. But listen, if you're going to charge $50 to make an F horse, people will race it in a 120 claimer because they're still going to make money on it. And that to me is like, I feel like it's broken. And of course, everybody knew, breeding for $50 and selling a horse for 15 grand, not sustainable. Something is wrong there. And the horse, if you're not going to increase your breeding prices to shrink that gap, then your horse prices have to come down to shrink that gap. Like at some point, that premium or that spread can't always exist. And so I think a lot of the schedule challenges are also a result of the community's behaviors. And so, listen, I think over time it'll self-correct itself. As people start to make more money, you realize, like, okay, I can push this a little bit more. But I certainly don't want to put only the blame on how the population is materializing on the schedule based on the schedule. I also think it's materializing based on how the population is shifting from where it was, 6-7 seasons ago.
Bryce has got a clarification. I don't feel like that was in the initial CSV, but it doesn't matter for the context of this conversation. I do want you to not. I don't want you to focus on my negative Nancy comments there. What are you looking forward to for 2024? Talk me into being a positive person. This is your opportunity.
That's impossible. You're Stephen A. That's not going to happen. No.
Some truth there.
Listen, I think the Rays, everything you mentioned. Of course, I piggyback on that. What'll be interesting is, what did the team learn from last year's Kentucky Derby experience, and then how does that then translate into this year's? Sure, certainly a wagering partnership, no question. I loved the hottest action on the main page. That's another story. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how the Kentucky Derby materializes. Like do we get more exposure on like during the promotion side? Is it just the same as last year? I saw some people were at Churchill Downs a couple months ago, and the PFL QR code was in the pamphlets. Like, that's cool shit. Like, does that experience change? And if it does, I imagine it's got to be better than last year. Right? Last year, sure, introduce ourselves in a very small way, but then how does that grow? And then, or can we capitalize on some momentum coming out of that? So that to me has potential to be very bullish, but I don't know what that looks like because the team's been fairly hush-hush on what the plans are for the next 3 months. And they were last year too, right? We didn't really get too much of a heads up. So I think that's another potential catalyst for something that could happen to make some sort of bullish event.
I just want to call out one comment here in chat. Vincent Dash, and appreciate you tuning in. I'm not familiar with you for sure, but suggest pick fives. Yeah. And this is another thing where I would challenge the community a little bit. Like, yeah, we need wagering on the site itself to take off. That is our proof of concept. So if we can consolidate 1 hour, 2 hour windows where everybody's betting, I know Mo is doing that, Doughboy's doing that on the After Dark series. We're getting it on Saturday. We can talk about it towards the end of the stream. You know, we might still be streaming when the Kentucky Derby goes off. But with regards to pick fives, I would say, like, if it's not in the team's immediate roadmap, which would be nice to know, that's something the community could do. And I'm not saying be like an illegal sports handicapper or bookie or anything like that, but we did pick'ems for, like, basically the featured undercard races way back in beta. Like, give me your top 3 horses for race 1 through 12, because we used to have 12 races. Like, that can be a community initiative. And maybe it doesn't give you the on-site metrics we would love to see, but if it's not a team priority, I'm fine with that. And it does give you community engagement. If everybody's paying attention to the featured slate because they have some money they can win, and it's not, oh, they bet $50 on our horse in the first undercard race and they lost, so they're done. If you have a way to get it back 10 races from now, you're going to continue to tune in. I'll be the first to admit that I don't do the best job of tuning into other content creators, and I definitely don't do a good job of tuning in to the majors. And that's a function of we don't have horses at that level yet. I do think we'll get there. We can get to that conversation as well. But it's kind of not my space. It's not my problem. But if we had ways where there was really community-driven engagement to say, like, let's all get together and let's pick all of these races, I think you're going to get a lot more buy-in. And then I think we still have to find a way to rally the community around the After Dark series. If that means we have to have, like, a Saturday afternoon, you know, this was kind of somewhat forced because of the Pocono interview, but somewhat well thought out of, like, a lot of our content currently, and you mentioned this earlier with hubs and stuff like that, but a lot of our content is geared towards late evening in the United States. That does not work for everybody. No. So if we can have a content creation window for Saturday afternoon so you can cover everybody or things like that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I agree with everybody, like the exactas, the doubles, the pick threes, the pick fives, like even having, you know, some sort of jackpot that people can chase, right? Like just having that big number. Yeah, like having the exotics, like you got to have that big number that people are like, that's the number I want, right? And that's where the degens will always spend that $1, those $2 to have that shot at glory, because somebody will win it, right? And so how do we capitalize on having that big number? And that's as good of a marketing tool as anything else, right? When crown number goes up, that's a good marketing tool. When jackpot number goes up, that's a good marketing tool. Like, why wouldn't you want that? And so even on the wagering side, right, like I would love for them to have different sorts of APIs and stuff where people can bet on photo finish without having to create a photo finish account, right? Like whether it's at this new Derby City thing that they're building in Louisville, right at Churchill Downs. It's like they have their own hotel, they have their own, I think they're gonna have like, not ATMs, but like booths or something like that. If you could connect that to PFL and you could just, you know, insert your $20 and make some bets right there, that's a whole nother unlock to this. But yeah, I agree 100% with what people are saying on the wagering being another huge growth element for us.
Yeah, and as it relates to 2024, again, the year is long. We're very early in it. I feel as if I can be very bullish in where the game will be at the end of the year and not necessarily have the gaming partnership that we're all hoping for. Like, obviously the unlock here is a gambling rake funding race purses, and that's in the design. The team has acknowledged this, but we have to do a better job of showing the proof of concept, because even if the functionality of the betting works, if no one's betting, it doesn't matter. So I guess at that point, this is still not financial advice, because this is weird. Like, this is a sin in some religions, but I feel like if you're permitted to, just wager a little bit, and I'll do better myself, or as a stable we will as well, because I know Minnesota's blacked out. But I think if there's one thing, and I've talked about being more forward focused and our external focused on the community side, is if I was the team, I think it would be fair to be slightly disappointed in the community's ability to bootstrap. And I think we're maybe going the right direction with referral codes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you had all these stables, ourselves very high on that list, making a ton of money. And what we as a community were able to bring in for a new user base, word of mouth, etc., maybe they're ecstatic with it. I don't know growth metrics for like true startups in Web3. Like maybe these are great numbers, but I would say like as a community, we could have done a better job. I think the one piece of that where I think the team comes in is communication just really needs to tighten up in the sense of giving us some advance notice on stuff. I know there's NDAs. I'm not asking for what like the next fundraise is going to be, the amount, the valuation, who's participating, none of that stuff. Like I get that. But we shouldn't get the schedule for Monday for the next season on Friday the week before, because we're planning 3-4 months in advance when we're planning these breeds out. And if it means we're going to change claimers, then how can I in good faith recommend to a friend or family member to buy a horse that I would say, like, if the current meta in season 11, which we're still in today, was to race claimers, if that meta's gone on Monday, like how can I in good faith convey that they should participate in the game that way? So some of it's got to be giveaways, and we'll do a better job of that as well, or really kind of sharing the onboarding costs, I think. But I would challenge the team to be more proactive in their communications. And then if there are necessary bad news, like when we're going to pivot, we were doing flat proration of crown over 12 seasons or whatever it ended up being. That's not getting us to where we need to be, and it would abruptly end. Like, totally understandable and known pivot to make, but it wasn't necessarily paired with any good news that could offset that blow. Like I said, necessary blow, I totally get that. But if you could have paired that with something bonk related, whether it's betting and bonk, like you're talking about, I know you're talking in Louisville, Kentucky, or, at a cafe or something, or OTB, those types of things. But there were other opportunities to include some good news with that, because what we've had over the last 3 months is a lot of system shocks. We increased entry fees super high, and then we rake them back all within a matter of 2 weeks. We reduced the crown. Like, everybody's just trying to figure out where we're at, myself included. So I can feel better about introducing the game to new people, which I've started to do, because I think we are steady state a little bit now, but just being more forward thinking on communication. Again, another fucking high horse comment by me.
Yeah, I mean, that's true for any organization. I've said this a million times, and I'm sorry if I keep bringing it up. I worked at Ralph Lauren, like even then, like 50-year company. Not many companies get to be last 50 years. And how do you still have communication problems, right? So I think that's always going to be an opportunity for everybody all the time. What I would say though, on the scheduling side, like they're still figuring out. Like, there's no way we should be able to expect 3-4 months of visibility at this moment in time. Maybe in a year or two, when we get to more steady state populations, we're not growing so much, you have all your archetypes filled out, and maybe it becomes a little bit more predictable, and those concerns can be addressed. But I think at this stage of the game, everybody needs to know that things are going to change. You have to be nimble, you have to be flexible, and if you're not willing to tolerate that risk, then don't take that risk, right? You can be patient, right? You can sit on the sidelines for a moment. And I'll say this a few times. Like, I want to refer back to my article, because I wrote this months ago. Like, you gotta have patience, right? There's no such thing as FOMO. As I said before, like, that rug is constantly getting pulled, or the train is constantly in motion. There's always going to be a new stop for you to get on. And that's what we do, right? And Stens, you've been critical of me in the past of like, oh, well, you're not investing in the game and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, but I don't want to just buy like little trinkets, right? I want to buy the diamonds. I want to buy like the fancy stuff. And so I'm going to wait until that train stops to find that opportunity for me. And so I think no matter what level you are in the ecosystem, that same philosophy should apply. Don't just buy to buy. Buy because you know, or because you believe, or because it fits part of your end game and your strategy. And I would also argue that most people here don't know what their end game strategy is. They're just playing just to play. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that. That's fun. But then that leads to people being like, should I breed? Should I race? Should I do this? Should I do that? Like, think about what your destination is first, and then allow that journey to dictate, where you want to go, right? I think there's opportunity, and this might be my next Medium article, because I see this question a lot in Discord. I have a certain budget. Where do I start? Right, and I think I'll use some of the more recent stables that I've joined. They're like, I got 10 grand or I got 5 grand, and what do they do with that money? Like, oh, 10 grand can get me one of the best horses in the game, and they spend 9 grand on a horse. They retire that horse. 9 grand on a great filly. They retire that filly, and then they spend $500 on a breed, and then that baby's born. That baby still can't race yet. Now they got to breed that filly again. There's another $500, and then next thing you know, they're 3 seasons in. They finally got their first racehorse, and they're out of a budget. And like, oh, I can't race this horse anymore. Or maybe the racing fees jumped up at that time, and now you're getting double whammy. So I think there's an element as well of like true financial management, because this is not really a game. This is not a game. This is literally big business. And I know you guys have heard me say that before too. Like, when people are making 4 figures daily, 5 figures weekly, 6 figures monthly. I think my best season so far, we pulled in net like 104, 105 net. This isn't a game anymore. Like, you can't treat this like a game. You got to treat this like a business, because there are other people out there, and not just me, other people out there who are going to manage their P&Ls. They're going to make sure they're doing everything to capitalize on getting as much Derby or Crown as they can. And so you can't just go through this thinking, oh, I'll just figure it out on the fly. Like, sit down, have a business plan, right? Just like being an entrepreneur, have a business plan, figure out what that is. And I can't say enough, like, there's so many different ways to run your business in this game. I run it as a breeder. Soulmates and others run it as racers. Some people run it in claimers. Some people sell foals. Some people manage Crown. Like, there's so many different ways to stand out and be the best at something. And because there's so many ways, there's no way that any one person or any one team is going to be able to do everything all the time. So again, I think people just need a better, they need to look forward a little bit, have a true and clear game plan, and then build towards that game plan, and have a true financial management strategy in place that fits that game plan. And so what I'll do is, again, I've been thinking about this. Maybe I can write an article around, like, if I have X budget, what should my considerations be? And so, maybe a filly isn't in your future, right? And that's the thing. Like, everybody's been saying, buy a filly, buy a filly, buy a filly. And I certainly agree with that. But what does the filly get you, right? The filly gets you more. What do you say?
I wanted to land a cheap shot. Now the time's passed, but Sowers will love this one. Is you just acknowledged that buying a filly was the right thing, but I thought you were on the record saying that fillies were liabilities.
Well, so those are two separate things. You can buy a filly and you can grow and breed your stable, but you have to know what breeding entails. You have to know it's an investment. It's a 20 season investment. And so even if I breed the minimum amount, 20 seasons at $62 a pop, or $60 a pop, right? Minimum, $60 a pop, 20 seasons. What is that? 120, $1,200. At a minimum, your filly's going to cost you an additional $1,200 at a minimum. But guess what? You just spent $8 grand on an S horse. There's not going to be minimum breeds everywhere all the time. And so you really have to think about, what is this filly really going to cost me down the road? And so that's where I think this financial management piece, again, I'll do something in an article around this, really playing out the full picture, right? Not what does it cost me today to get into the game, but what does it cost me to maintain my business over time? And I think that's the piece that's been missing. And maybe I can work with NJ or the Gap team around, like, what does an average B+ horse cost over its lifetime between purchasing it and race fees versus what does it earn on average over time in racing and then stud fees? What does an A- cost over time? And really bake all that in. And then you can see the different tiers, right? And maybe there's like a huge gap where it's like A+ on average has a 7% positive ROI based on this type of average purchase price, but an S- has a triple average purchase price with a completely different ROI, and there's a huge gap in there. And that could be another opportunity or area for people to focus on, right, when they think about building my stable and what do I want to do and how do I approach. But I can't be, and again, I wrote that article, but I cannot emphasize that enough. Like, financial management is critical for success. That was probably the fastest pee break I've ever seen in my entire lifetime.
No, my neighbors came over. It's my dog's birthday today. So they came over with a gift because they're wonderful people. And I was like, I'm on a call. I gotta go. No, I hear you. I did hear all of it. My concern when I hear that, and again, I've done basically everything you're asking people to do. But what you said sounds like it takes a lot of work, and sometimes people aren't necessarily even qualified to do it, even if they were willing to put in the time to understand what they're trying to accomplish. Like, how do we make it less scary? And I know you're saying that that's why you're going to write a Medium article, but I don't know that an article is going to bridge that gap.
No, listen, that's going to be the everlasting challenge, right? Because this is really the onboarding challenge, and onboarding is a challenge for every business all the time, no matter what you sell. And so how do we either, if there's 100 problems exist, how do I get that down to 82? If there's, a level of effort that requires, whatever it may be, how do you make that a little bit easier? And so I think, it's chopping wood, right? It's just playing the long game of trying to address things people need to consider and how they can capitalize on that. And the smart business minds, in my opinion, will win. But that's true for any business. That's true for any industry. That doesn't change here. And so how do you give people, and this is my mindset all the time, like, what's the problem that needs to be solved? And in my eyes, the problem that needs to be solved is how do you at least give people the topic to think about if they don't know that it exists? Because that alone solves a problem. And then they can do their own effort around that, right? And it's not an effort to scare people. It's actually an effort to bring more transparency to people. And then they can actually say, okay, if I do have $5,000, maybe I should only spend $1,500 on a horse. Maybe I shouldn't buy a filly at all. And I just keep rotating claimers or buying undervalued horses on the marketplace and racing them. And I can always make money doing that. I don't even need to breed. I can just buy and run it 6 to 8 on the senior circuit because, Commish doesn't want to race his older horses anymore. I know I'm always going to get a good deal from a Commish horse, and I can make money that way. And you don't have to breed ever. So there's a lot of different ways and strategies that, again, have not materialized. Maybe people haven't thought of them, but again, giving them, and I'm not the only one who thinks of these ideas, but how can I give as much context or insight into what I'm thinking about the game as possible?
Yeah, the only thing
you keep going, Sens. I'll be
all right. Yeah, the only thing at the very end of that was like what we're solving for and what our thought process is just inherently different than what anybody new is going to go through at this point. And I know you know that, so don't pinch one off there just to respond to that. But no, I would encourage one thing that you'd kind of talked about as part of that. Maybe just start small. Like if we think that claimers aren't necessarily functioning as designed because of a demand issue, and we're saying we've got these new people that want to get in but they don't know how, I do think that is a natural place. And again, I'm trying to keep my big bias out of it, but there are several horses that we've run in claimers at values like the claim amount is lower than the value of the horse, and we do that because we understand current demand for horses. We know we can race there, we know we can win there, we know we can keep the horse at the end of the day. So the problem with that is claimers are a learned experience as well. You have to understand what is a 150K horse at RDF is not a 150K horse at LTS. It might be a 225K horse. So there's big gaps there as well. But I guess my recommendation would be don't spend all your bankroll on one piece, which I think is what you've talked about as well. But get involved in the ecosystem, learn a niche. You talked about that as well, where you can, maybe you're just literally playing the crown game, or just the claimer games, or just right dirt claimers within 50K to 100K, so you know what horse should be racing in that race, and therefore you can claim it. Or just play the betting game. I think there's really soft stuff in the betting stuff. Like it's weird to encourage people to gamble, but the team is literally putting. Is there an A+ in the Kentucky Derby tonight? I can look. I thought someone said there was. Like, that horse isn't winning. You can cross it off. But the team is betting the same amount of money on that horse as they are on Tombstone's Wyatt Earp horse, which probably will win. Not financial advice. Do your own research. But they're kind of giving you some EV there that if you pay attention to it, and by paying attention to it, you can understand, how do morning line odds factor into what horse could potentially win a race? How do the total number of preferences juxtaposed against the condition? We've got good. Is a half-star firm good enough to win on good? Do you need a 1.5 stars? Do you need to be an S+? I think there's ways to learn the game pretty proficiently without even making an investment at all. And that's kind of following sponsored betting pools and understanding the lay of the land within claimers. That would certainly be my recommendation for anybody starting out. And then just literally ask 1,000 questions. And as a person that gets asked questions on occasion, I would prefer that they were like succinct and maybe even a list of questions, and that you and I can hop on in like an hour conference call. I'm better in this format than responding to DMs. I don't respond to DMs from people I know in real life. I don't respond to text messages from in real life people. If you want to get a hold of me, it's easiest on Discord, probably, which is sad as that is to say out loud, is true. And I would much rather talk to you, even if it's talking to the Commish logo while he's peeing. Like, it's fine. If you don't want to show your face, you don't want to dox yourself, like, I'm fine with that. This is my format. And I know others have different formats, but everybody wants to help. Like Monkey Tennis from he toes the line more than I personally would. And I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong, but a lot of times he's telling you if something's a good buy or a bad buy. I don't like to do that. But he's a trusted member of the community. He has a pulse on what values are what values. I think as it relates to content creators now, everybody does kind of have their niche, and we don't fit every gap. Because I don't race right dirt at all. I don't race right turf soft. I don't race left dirt soft. YSM's got left dirt soft covered very well. But maybe we have some blind spots where we don't understand a specific archetype. We don't understand the low level stuff. I think Lino's doing like 0 to hero stuff. MJ's done some stuff like that as well. So there are people trying to fill those gaps, but absorb as much information as you can and literally ask. As long as the person that is giving you a valuation on a horse isn't the person you're buying the horse from, chances are it's reasonable information. Now, it's not 100% great information, but it goes back to my piece of the pie can be narrow in diameter and bigger overall. If everybody wins, I win more. It's in my interest for you to claim a horse for me that has meat on the bone. You can win from it. It's in my interest to sell a horse to you that ended up being better than I thought it did. We reference back to the other game. I think there's certainly an aspect of what we definitely saw in the other game is if in the other game, if Arbitrage Racing doesn't want a horse or they're selling a horse, there must be a reason for why they're selling the horse, and that means it can't be that good. Could it possibly just be that some of these people have hundreds of horses that they don't have the bandwidth to race well? And I mean, we're committed to racing. We're committed to racing volume. A lot of times we're committed to racing fillies that don't even have that much win equity because they're kind of being funded by our colts and claimers. Like, take advantage of us. Like, it's so much easier to be the best when you manage 5 horses than it is when you have to enter 40 horses in a matter of 15 minutes. One, I'm entering all 40 horses in 15 minutes. I'm not waiting for there's only 3 entrants here and it's got 10 minutes left before it fills, or if a 12th horse enters this race, another version will be created by the Oracle, and that'll close 5 minutes later. I can swear to you, I've never actually done that, to try to create another lobby that'll close in a short period of time. I know they fixed that a little bit, but I'm saying if you understand your horses better because you have more attention to each individual horse, you can beat a lot of us pretty handily. Can you compete with us in breeding? TBD. So if you're back, we're in the mano to mano. Are you ready to slug it out a little bit? You want to talk about either stable constructions or where we disagree on?
Yeah. So let me just piggyback on a point you're making earlier about advice, right? Good advice or bad advice from people you're not buying horses from. So I probably, trot on board a horse, trot on racing. She's got legs, right? This is like right before like the $10,000 horses were going, 20,000. And I remember looking at the horse. It was LTS. It was like ticket window and scuba or something. And LTS has like no variety at the top in terms of bloodlines. And it went for like $5,000. And I'm like, at the time, that was like one of the highest sales. And I'm like, I wrote in the chat, like, who the fuck told this guy to buy this horse for $5,000? It has nowhere to go. Like, why? Like, you're literally buying a dead end horse at the top of the market. And Sowers like got in my ears, like trying to like talk to me like I was this kid, and I was like, dude, go fly a kite. Like, I don't you don't talk to me like that. And so this guy trot on, and I got into DMs, and I'm like, listen, man, I'm not trying to put you down. Like, I just think that someone gave you bad advice. And he said, no, I appreciate that. I didn't really consider the fact that it doesn't have diversity in the bloodlines. It's not something I even knew about, so I appreciate the insight. And then like next month, he sold a foal for like $12,000. The next month later, he sold a foal for like $15,000. And then he just sold She's Got Legs again for like $11,000. So I could not have been more wrong about my feedback on whether or not that was a good purchase or not. Clearly, there is a market on that side of the business or that side of the game that I was completely unaware of. And, I told him 100 times, man, kudos to you. Like, you proved me wrong. Like, I was totally wrong, my bad. So that's certainly something I got wrong. But what I don't appreciate is when someone like Sowers tries to come in and tries to censor me or tell me, don't say this, or you should say that. No, I am who I am. You are who you are. You can do you, I can do me. So with that being said, he blocked me when we were going back and forth, like just, like a child, just, I don't want to talk Commish anymore. But somebody else also did that to me once. His name was Stephen A. Stens, blocked me in the middle of a conversation. So let's go back to that conversation because I got this in my notes.
That's right.
I love this, all right?
That's fine.
So for those of you who don't know, this is how it started, all right? I bred Supima, my beautiful LTS girl, with Blood Moon, all right? And Dinga and I were chasing that S, man. We wanted that S so bad. We did Blood Moon a few times. We never got the S. And Blood Moon like sucks as a breeder, right? Like he'll give you the press, but you're not getting any wicks from Blood Moon. Other than Stens, you got that, but that's we'll talk about that later. So
sure.
So Stens messages me and he's like, hey, that horse that you have for sale. It wasn't Oyster at the time. It was just
the horse that became Oyster. Yeah, the artist formerly known as Oyster, whatever you want to say. Yep. And so Stens, I think you were actually genuinely interested in that horse. 100%. And
I had it listed at like, I don't know, $2,500, $3,000, something like that. And you were like, can I get this for like $500 less? And I'm like, nah, this is a really nice horse. I probably shouldn't even sell it, but I'm going to sell it. And so you know what Sten says to me? I'm talking to chat.
I understand.
Sten,
I didn't reread this, so this is actually good for me.
Oh, I have it on. I have I videotaped the whole thing. I read it. I have it. I keep receipts, man. When I tell you, I don't forget. I don't fucking forget.
Fair enough. So
Sten says to me, oh, well, if you don't sell it to me, what are you going to do? Sell it to your prime pasture stable and try to get the marketing for that? So Stens, my first two questions to you are, why would you ever block me? We could have been really good friends and we could have been really good, at least colleagues for the last number of months. You blocked my ass. So A, I definitely expect an apology for that. Number two, do you really think I have a fucking burner to prop up my own stable to make it look better than it is? I don't need to do that. So I definitely expect.
You need to do something to make it look better than it is. Come on, for real. No, okay, fine. I'll here's your gratuitous, and I mean that in every sense of the word, apology. Commish, I'm sorry, I blocked you.
All right, nice.
But keep in mind, so as we want to get into like Stens as a child conversation, you're not the only person I blocked in pursuit of a horse. And sometimes I've even prefaced it with, I am blocking you. It's not you, it's me. It's like I'm breaking up with them because I can't control myself when I want. Like, this is something that I actually really want, and it fits super well. And I'm giving you a fair offer for the horse. So what I do remember about Oyster, which you left out of the conversation here, is you had it listed, and I still use Derby. That's one thing that the team's done that's fairly genius. I don't use USDC. So I think you had it listed for like 195K, and it didn't sell. And then you relisted it, and I don't know if I just didn't see it when it was 195K because I'm an extractor and I don't look at the marketplace that often unless I'm listing things that you should all buy, not financial advice, blah, 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 blah. You relisted it for like either 250 or 350.
Yeah, yep, that's right.
I think it was 250, and I was like, wait, you just had this listed for 195K. I'll pay you the 195K. It didn't sell at 195. Why do I have to pay 250 now? So I didn't get it. And that was dumb on me because that was still a piece that would fit perfectly. But to get into the childish stems narrative a little bit further, I will even shout out Goliathus, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and then Autodog are the two that come to mind. Goliathus has, I think the horse that he's basically called Goliathus is an A+ LTS. It's the second best. We have the best. We have the third best, the fourth, the fifth. Like, we've stacked it at A+ LTS fillies. And we will catch up to Eddie eventually. So there's your challenge in chat, Eddie. But it's going to be eventually. He started with S's. We're starting with A+. It's going to take some time. But I wanted the Goliathus piece. And I know at some point at the end of the day, I offered him 4 A+ RTF fillies, not RDF, not the shitty archetype, the good one. And they were like between, I think like 3 of them were like A+, 18 total boosts, like 6.5 preferences. I know one of those ended up being Juniper, which is our RTF filly that's produced a major winner. Like, I was giving him 4 A+ fillies for 1 A+ at LTS. Like, I lost that trade anytime he actually clicks accept. So I get frustrated when people just like ignore logic. Like, they're so stuck on their horse. And like, I get it. There's a lot of attachment to that. The other one was Autodog. He had, I think this is the one Eddie ended up with. If it's Olive Lucy, I'm not sure. It's one of the LDFs in the 30 rarity. I get it confused because Cad was a player that he got one or gave one to Eddie, I think, as well. So we were chasing like the mid 30s rarity for LDF as well, and I blocked him as well. But it's not you, it's me type situation of the breakup. And I totally get being attached to horses. Riptide's probably right. Riptide's probably right. But like, I talked pregame, before we redeemed these tickets, with Mr. B about what ended up being She's the One and what ended up being Serenity Now. So if you want to blame me for being a child, can we at least blame the destroyer of the game that is Mr. B for, if he would have given me Serenity Now, I wouldn't have put Serenity Now at 4K. I would not have destroyed the breeding market. So all of it is people's refusal to trade with Stens. That's the source of all of our problems.
Listen, if we can blame Mr. B for anything, I'm in. Now, the funny part Stens to all this, like full circle, Oyster finally made me a cult with a Blood Moon DNA. That's going to eat not for sales lunch. And so you could have had that, Stens. You could have had that. That was yours for the taking.
We're fine with not for sale. And so it's funny, I'll acknowledge any criticism about being an extractor at this point. I will caveat that with, as a stable, we took 0 money off until September. Obviously, we would have had plenty of opportunities to take money off before September. But if we're reaching out on pieces, it's not pieces that are publicly listed. It tends to be like very curated selection, almost akin to you. Obviously, we asked about Ovation. You were in a different stratosphere than we were there, because I'm a nit and a dunce, and I just don't buy things when I should. But I think we were both, and maybe still am, chasing the same colt from Eddie in pursuit of uniqueness at LTS. If that's the one that he's got with One-Eyed Blind.
Avant-Garde. Yeah, Avant-Garde.
Yeah, he told me no, and I'm sure you offered him a bigger number, so I'm not gonna revisit those conversations. But if you're listening, Eddie, and you're open to selling it, Commish doesn't need it. We're so poor. We have no good horses.
Yeah, I had a feeling
give us a big break,
because he doesn't need to sell it either. Like, but yeah,
he needs it more than I do. He actually needs it.
There's an open invitation for anybody on the stream, anybody in the ecosystem. If you make something different or rare or unique, and you think I would be interested, and you want liquidity, you come find me. I'm in. I will always listen. You come find me. The door, we're ready to do a deal.
You did. I mean, you crushed it on the Ovation one, just because like the number was, in my opinion, like scary. Like, can you make it back? Sure. Will you make it back? Probably. It's hard for us in our stable construction. We can again continue the mono and get into the stable construction as well. It's like I have like 100 bites at the apple at RTF, so maybe I won't make Ovation, but can I make a piece that isn't that much worse than that and keep the 50,000? Is kind of our logic, which you don't have that same exact luxury. You have really nice pieces at RTS with Diva in particular, but this is a big swing in RTF, and I know you're going to try to sell it to everybody. Like, this is your our LTF sire, like all of those things, which I'm just not. It's not who I am. I can't do that even if I wanted to. So it works for you, and it was a big swing for you, but kudos to you for entering it with the conviction, and kind of the challenge you just outlined is like, yeah, you've proven you're willing to take gambles, and you're willing to add unique pieces there. I think if there's an area you're fallible in these types of pursuits, this one is near and dear to me because of how it played out in Zed and the other game, is even though you're actually producing more stimulus for the game, and maybe you know where I'm going with this at that point.
Yep. I
don't love the opacity of your transactions that you're doing, whether that's bulk discounts on primetime breeds, or buy this filly and you get a couple primetime breeds, or Ovation kickbacks as part of the deal. I think the Ovation one was mostly public, but like I said, that actually generates more stimulus for the economy. So if someone is paying for primetime sticker price early days, they're paying 20% into the pot, when in reality they're getting a kickback from that. You're kind of the one losing from that. You're gaining notoriety, those types of things. And I'm fine with the notoriety and being the king breeder boss. I don't like the lack of visibility that it produces. Like, one thing that Third Time is great about in hindsight is that every transaction is known. Like in Zed, it was scary in the sense that, like, what's scary in PFL is like, this game is complex. This is really hard to learn. The things we talked about, like maybe you learn in claimers, maybe you learn in breeding, but it is harder. It's harder than Zed ever was. It is. But at least we have the benefit of, I can go to this sheet and say, this is an S- with X total boost. It's a 1-year-old. In the last season, comparable horses have sold for X, Y, and Z. I can open those up. I can see how many 1-on-1s are in there, what other practical considerations that horse has. As a new user, I have a Rolodex to work with that I can point to the big stables and say, no, this is the real number. And shout out to the Gap Data guys. I fucking use that tool all the time myself. It's great. So I think, wow, I'm going to butcher it. Obfuscating that is like dangerous. Like, you're making it so that you have the upper hand in things because the numbers aren't what the numbers actually are. And I think we need to work towards providing as much transparency as possible to ease the learning curve for new stables as much as possible. So even if that means less notoriety. I mean, your pieces are still good. Why do you have to do the deals that make them look better than they are?
All right, I love this conversation because it cannot be further from the truth.
Ha!
All right, so where do you want to start? Beginning of the game, like season 1?
I'm aware of a few deals, the Ovation one in particular. I obviously would know most of the terms of that deal. And then I would know that a particular Delta full was exchanged for
Sure. Yeah, let's go through all of them.
Covers of prime time.
And I think at first, right, during the phase or the convo which you blocked me, this came up of like, you're juicing the numbers. I can't trust you. So am I able to share my screen? Is that possible?
Absolutely. It should be in the middle of the StreamYard.
Present?
Yep. And then you'll have an option between window or full screen, whatever you want to share.
All right, let me share this. Just so I can set the record straight, baby. I love doing this kind of stuff.
That's fine.
Share screen.
Then you have to select the additional option. And then I'll probably have to pull it up on the screen, but I'll see it when it's up.
Oh, this is just like Discord. Excellent. All right.
There you go. There we go.
All right. So I made this little spreadsheet. This is season 3. So first breeding season. All right. And I said, here are my studs. Here's how much I'm going to charge. And then I got this little thing over here, full share agreement. Right. And so you guys know I'm really good friends with Wolof. Dingo and Wolof are like best friends. Wolof manages Lolly's stable and Sting stable. And so what we said was, beginning of the game, we didn't know what was going on in terms of like horse valuations, what people would do or wouldn't do. But what we did know was Primetime was the best and Lolly's Legend was the best. And so we agreed, first 2 seasons, Wolof and Lolly were going to breed their 2 best fillies to Primetime. They would get first pick. And then in this follow-up season, season 4, I can't do it here. Anyway, they would do it again, and then we would get first pick. Right? So first season came around. La Bandita went to Primetime and ended up being Neon Bandit, the S+, one of the first S+s ever. Everybody was blowing Wolof. Oh my God, you're the best breeder ever. And then he handed us Shockwave. Right? In hindsight, we got lucky on that deal. The second season came around. They actually did not do Lolly Legends again because we did Lolly Legend Primetime like 5 times in beta, and like every time it was an S. It was like the Blood Moon Opus dynamic that Eddie was talking about yesterday. Just could never hit that lick.
Which I think there's something there actually, but continue.
Totally. So they decided they wanted to do, I think it was Ocean Grown or Ocean Grove, whatever it is, and La Bandita. And so we got first pick. We ended up taking the La Bandita full, which ended up being Hot Sauce. So we got Shockwave, Hot Sauce back to back. Now in this sheet, right, this literally walks through every single step of the money that's spent. So here it was 2 breeds, $300,000 Derby, right? I got to refund this 100% to them. Right, because we're just going to basically a full share agreement. That's exactly what it is. Had third time done it, it would have been the same exact dynamic had we done it. So here's the breeding fee on top. This was the total cost, right? This is how much Wolof or Lolly had to spend in day 1. This is how much I had to return, right? I only get this. So I'm not going to refund you that $60K. And so then what we said was, well, let's just split those breeding fees. Literally going to split everything right down the middle, 50-50. So we added that in. We did all these proposals, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to walk through every line, but you get the idea. And so what ended up happening was we came to a number that says, does the math match where both of us pay exactly 50% for the breeds and for the horses? And so I remember who was a Peeb DM'd me, and he was like, well, I don't know if he DM'd me, he may have just wrote it and pinged me. But he said something like, these non-round numbers are killing me. How did you come up with what was the price? Final full price. $321,951. Like that just looks like bullshit. Like you guys are just trying to juice the numbers. But actually these numbers were not just picked out of thin air. It ended up being, and considering the marketplace fees on the purchase, everything ended up being 50-50 split between Wolof's team and our team. and we did it all within the walls of the game. There was not a single kickback offline. Everything happened within the game. Legit, true to life. Numbers were not fudged. And it ended up.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm telling you to look here, and you're saying, no, go look over here. Like, I've never had an issue with the lolly deal. I think that was pretty understood in the first place.
I got like 10 more minutes to go.
Okay.
So the same season was when Prime Pastures bred with Primetime, the A-. And everybody was like, the Commish is also breeding his own stud from his burner stable. Meanwhile, you guys think I'm fucking stupid enough to name a burner stable after my best horse? If I even had a burner stable, which I don't on record.
I mean, to set the record straight, I don't know that I thought it was you. I just think it's fun that it's rippable. Like, you would never bother yourself with an A-. Like, come on, that would never be
fair. But there's no question that there's many people out there who thought that I was being nefarious in that environment, which again, to this day, not true. And that horse, even at prime time, 1,500, right? Or actually, how much was it? It was actually more than 1,500.
Yeah, I think we were like 150K or 120K.
Yeah, so what it was, 150K. So it was like even more than that. That person who bred with the A- created 2003 Dennis. If you check the ledger on that horse, I think it's like 2 or 3x what they paid for that stud fee. So,
but that's convenient. Like, nothing lost money. The first 2 seasons or 3 seasons of breeding, you couldn't fall out of a boat and.
But then, how come nobody else saw that other than this guy? Everybody else was like, "Commish, you're crazy. You're charging too much." Somebody else besides me proved me right.
I don't actually, like, we can't even do the mano a mano on like what breeding fees should be. We can disagree on what minimums should be, but I always thought horses should have commanded a higher premium. I did what I could do, which at RTF we held prices pretty high, pretty long. At LDF we certainly held prices with Apollo and Pellener Fields. Like, I'm still waiting. Like, Balthazar owes me so much. Like, if my neighbors are going to give my dog birthday gifts, like, I'm waiting for something better than that from fucking Balthazar, because we kept Apollo at 3,200 Derby, and Pellener Fields was always at 30K Derby. Now, Apollo is more rare. Obviously, we can use it internally. The rarity difference is negligible. It's like the difference between Delta and Ape. Like, it's not that big of a deal. It's nice to have the best one, but it's not that big of a deal. So, like, we kept prices high where we could. And to Mr. B's point, destroyer of the game, he knew that he couldn't. Like, even if he had the rarest one, there was like 4 in a line, like, of fine fillet rarities. 38 through 41 were all at the track 9925. They were all LTS. Like, those horses aren't different. And me being the person that wants the best, I was banging on his door. I didn't block him, but I got close a couple times. You know, Mr. B, he can be a hard ass. Like, we're just trying to get the best thing, but like, I get him going down. The ones that were surprising to me, and I mean, he even actually touched on it, and I thought it was the way he phrased it was genius. When Eddie said, like, everybody hit Shawnee Bear, which put them behind, and he's right. Like, I hadn't thought about it in that sense, and I still would do 100% of what I did the same way every single time. Like, that was mispriced. It was a useful piece that we were probably going to potentially have to use, and I'm not trying to chase sprint distances at any of our 3 archetypes at all. Like, yeah, you're going to luck box your way into a couple of them. We've had some good LTS sprinters over the course of the seasons, but I want long distance horses. So using Ziggy at LDF was never that appealing to me, because the law of averages would suggest you're going to lean into sprint stats there. So I thought Persian Bold, Shawnee Bear, forgive me for not remembering the one that Hans has. It's Monocle Heart Bay or whatever. That's basically the Shawnee Bear equivalent. I thought using that, not because it was an S-, but because it could potentially have less sprint tendencies, was the way for us to go. And where I feel validated in this stable construction decision is one, we're seeing a bifurcation in all of these archetypes. Like, if you want to sprint that LDF, good luck. It's hard. There's a fuck ton of horses there. If you want to go long distances at LDF, there's really not that many horses there. Like, Thug Passion was an S. It wasn't an S plus. It's one of the most dominant horses we've had. It obviously had scuba blood in it, which gave it that predisposition to be a long distance horse. So when we look at how archetypes currently exist, like, we can get into how many can a horse have 9 matches or 13 matches, or could it only have 5? This is another thing we could potentially disagree on. But I look at them as like, LDF has 3 distinct archetypes. It has 4 to 6, 7 to 9, and it has 10 to 12. Where if Eddie's got 16 S pluses every month at LDF, it doesn't matter to me if all of those are sprinters. I'm not racing against those. It's 2 completely different archetypes. So that's kind of how I validated that decision there. And we've certainly doubled down on that. We bought Jimmy Squarefoot, which is probably the worst named horse for a first bred horse. And we continue to use the name and legacy, which makes us a bigger asshole. But that was 9924 actual General Duke, a horse. We bred that horse. The actual ticket was Rainy Moss and Beta. Traded it to P. That was one of the hardest trades we've ever done. But it brought LDS into LDF, but it didn't. It's more than that for me. And this is another place where we disagree a little bit is, I think you can change one of the 3 preferences, but you should only change one of the 3, and you should do it where you're giving yourself the best chance to differentiate yourself. So if all of LDF is predisposed to sprint except for scuba, and all of LDS is more or less predisposed to run longer distance because they have better finish, then if I bring LDS to LDF, I'm taking a step back on the firm versus soft, but I'm not taking a step back at all on distance preference. And I think we've seen that work. Like, the best S horses in a lot of cases beat S pluses at LDF. Tonight will be the exception. I think, like I said, Tombstone with Wider got there. He got an S plus, and it is a stay or a marathon or whatever you want to call it. But I talked for like 20 minutes there. Where do you want to tell me I'm a cunt on things I called you out for, or crossing more than one archetype at once or one preference at once?
No,
There's a lot of it.
From an efficiency standpoint, I agree. Like, because you can stay competitive. And again, I wrote that in the article. Like, if you just focus on the condition preference and just going back and forth between firm and soft, you're not really sacrificing any time, right, or ability to win a race. But if you do swap the other ones around, like the turns or the surfaces, it does put you at what feels like a greater disadvantage, right? I think most people, at least from a psychological or a feel standpoint, would say that the turn and the surface means more to the race than the condition, because we see good horses we see firm win on soft or sloppy. We see, soft horses win on good or firm. It's not as common do we see rights winning on left or Turks winning on dirt, or vice versa. And not that it happens often, but I just don't think that we see that. So I would agree from an efficiency standpoint that makes sense. However, in terms of longevity, right, the long game, which is what we're focused on, you're going to have to do that at some point. Like, OEB is going to go into LDF, but then, like, what else do you have? Or you have to wait for people to build up from the A's and the S minus ranks. So we're trying to take the shortcuts to the top and move those, high ranking or high or powerful horses in other areas and move them over. So, for example, you mentioned that LDF doesn't really have much stamina. Well, guess what? Commish to the rescue. Cropfire's at $1,000 or 80,000 Derby this season. His breeding reports look amazing. And guess what his best stat is? It's stamina, right? And so if you're tired of breeding with Ziggy, tired of breeding with these others, now you have another option. And so other people could have done that. Like, it took me like 7 seasons to do that. There's no reason why somebody else couldn't do it. I wrote the article about changing preferences. And the one that makes me laugh the most is that I used fucking Sir B-Rad's horse, AK-47. And he never even did it with AK-47. Like, dude, I gave you the blueprint. You could have been printing money and you never even tried it. I gave you the blueprint. So yes, I agree from an efficiency standpoint to remain competitive often. if you're willing to stay on the sidelines for an extended period of time like we are, you can do more than 2 preferences or 2 preference structures at once. Now let's go back to the Delta poll, right?
Okay.
You mentioned this. So, what do you want to know about that? Let's chat.
Well, are we going back to where I'm talking about obfuscating like marketplace activity, or are we talking about how you sell it every time when you should actually just keep it, or how you bred it to prime time? Like which one of the regrettable Delta things?
Yeah. Bring the horse up. We'll talk about it. All right.
I actually do have your stable up. Okay, 1 second.
All right. So the first season we bred it to Spider. In beta, we bred to Spider. We got the S plus Colt. It was really good. We were like, man, if we get an S plus Ziggy right away with Astro behind it, it'll print. Didn't get it. So we're like, I don't need another another Delta, another version of Delta. So we'll sell Cobra. And GVG bought her and then resold her for like triple the price. So we ran that breed again. We're like, we want to get this S plus Colt. We didn't get it. We got another S filly. We're like, worst case scenario, we got the filly. We can sell this one. And we were going to keep it. It was Wildfire. We're going to keep that one. And then Ron hit me up and was like, hey, would you sell it? And this is like right when full selling was like starting to rip. And Ding and I are like, holy shit. Like we had literally no idea, which I would say was our biggest blind spot going into the game about how liquid the marketplace would be. Was never part of our roadmap. And so what ended up happening was Ron hit me up and I said, fine, you can have it. I actually sold it for less than I sold Cobra because I figured it's younger than Cobra. It's younger than Cobra. Cobra will be first to anything. And so it should have more value. Why am I going to charge more? And so in hindsight, I wish we would have kept one of those 2. It was totally a mistake to sell both of them. But from a breeding standpoint, literally every horse in LD has Ziggy. And now Lucy Juice has poisoned the entire marketplace with more Ziggy. Like Cobra and Wildfire.
I'm offended. We haven't used Ziggy one time. We're in season 11. Not one Ziggy.
No, we haven't either. Well, sorry, I take that back. Other than Spider, we stopped using Ziggy altogether in every archetype, other than bringing Ziggy now to RTF. So we definitely, and listen, I think Cobra Cobra sold 2 fulls for like 15 grand each, right? So of course I sold Cobra for 3 grand. Cobra gets resold for 10 grand, then sells 2 more fulls for 15 grand. Like, yeah, I left a shit ton of money on the table. Look at this thing, just printing S pluses.
Yeah, and here's your derby winner tonight, probably.
Yeah, so total miss on upper. I think wide up is a Scuba, right? Is that Pellinar?
It'd be Pellinar, yep.
Yeah, so we totally dropped the ball on Cobra and Wildfire. I will admit to that. Certainly a mistake on our part. So then we put her to Zion, I think, was next up.
That one ended up being America's Most Wanted, I think, with SoCal, or maybe potentially. Or maybe I'm jumping ahead.
No, I think you're right. I think it was...
Yeah, 5-year-old. Yep, that'd be right.
Yep. What were the stats on that one? I forget. They ended up being a pretty good roll.
Yeah, 3 S pluses, but in start, finish, and heart. So not super perfectly aligned.
Yeah, so... And you, I know you ribbed me on this one. I'm sure you ripped on me on this one in even greater detail outside of me seeing it.
Like a wall, yeah.
But we sold this one. When I got this one, I was so fucking mad. I was beyond pissed that Delta did not give us an S plus at this point. I don't want a fucking Colt because you could just breed back to Zion. Why add Astro to your DNA? Right, or to your bloodline, if you can just go straight to Zion. And I could not have been more wrong. Look how many breeds that this horse has gotten. His ledger is like 1 million.
Oh, I know. I just want to go back to this. These are the fun ones for me. No matter a month and a half.
Three in a row. And listen, at the time, again, we were just chasing S plus. We just wanted the best. So and GVG messaged me. He's like, "Why did you sell this one?" Because he bought it.
Yeah.
Like, you want the S plus? I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. I don't want another version of this. And for me, I laugh because I see a lot of people breeding to that horse Why would you add Astro unnecessarily to your DNA when Rose is probably just as good and is a purebred? Like, why poison your bloodline with Astro if it's not any better than, or the upside isn't any better than Zion? And that's true for any Gen 1 versus Gen 0. If you don't get the bump up in grade or the bump up in prefs, give me the Gen 0 all day, every day. So
the only part to that, and again, you're gonna have to give me some cues or type in private chat on your time limits, but because the only part to that makes sense and that I've been followable on is if you use Gen 1s, your inbreeding concerns are inevitably eased because you can go back to a different horse quicker, a different Ziggy quicker. And I'm not doing that. I don't think you're doing it either. We've typically, most cases, except for unique pieces, use Gen 0 colds. And a lot of times, well, we've used S minuses more than almost anybody has. But sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack you there.
No, but that makes sense now. That didn't make sense then because we weren't in Gen 2, we weren't in Gen 3. So at that time, that doesn't make any sense. So yes, we sold our first 3. I forget what the 4th one was. That might have been
Crossfire there. That's the first time you went to prime time then.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. So in beta we did this breed a few times, and the horse is actually a really good racer. And of course, because we didn't get the S pluses from Spider or from Rose, we were like, we should have always done primetime first, right? That, in fact, we made the decision to go to Spider literally 30 minutes before we actually pulled the trigger. It was always going to be primetime first because we knew we could make something special. So we're like, great, we're hoping for the filly. We didn't get the filly, we got the stud. And so, yeah, like the filly, like pick 6, which is his sister, it's primetime. Like that one is way more valuable to us than Crossfire because now if I put Crossfire out there, I don't have an advantage with pick 6, not making something unique, and then using that stud to do something even more special than this.
So here's what I don't like about this, and I do want to talk about the Suprema Abomination. Like, don't let me forget that one because that one's worse than this. But this one, this one is defensible. But what I think people are doing wrong, and somewhat myself included, we did it when we took Goat to Walter White in like one of the second season, maybe potentially, is I'm taking a 1-of-1 that already exists at an archetype. I'm trying to bring in a different, unique sire. In this case, a non-1-of-1 primetime, but all I'm doing is I'm saying I still can't use Astro at LDF. And it's not the biggest deal in the world because it's Dozer, Yukon. There's only a couple there. And the Phillies for Astro had more total preferences, more total boosts, all those things. But I think if you were going to do these big swings, we're going to change left or right, or you're going to change dirt or turf. Firm or soft is more negligible because it's weather dependent and you can still sometimes win anyways. But I think this move 100% could have been right and 100% should have been done earlier, to your point, considering you had the asset. But it should have been done with an S- unique piece. Like if you're partners with Lolly in some arrangements, like he's got the perfect S- Gen 0 Philly to do this with. It had super high preferences. So you're still going to end up with nothing at left or right. You're still going to end up probably in the same spot on dirt or firm because you actually got a pretty good roll here. But at least then, if you wanted to go to Dozer or you wanted to go to Yukon to try to chase that longer distance profile, you still have it as an option. That's the only thing I've ever disagreed anybody doing this type of thing on. And it's not just you. I disagree with everybody. And like I said, I made the mistake a couple times before I realized I should be using a unique piece with the sire I'm trying to bring to that archetype.
My only pushback on that would be you're just adding more time to the end game. And
sure,
I'm trying to get there as quick as possible. So I think it was like season 3, like right after I sold the Zion Delta Full, that SoCal hit me up and was like, hey, can I get a Delta Womb? I'm like, yeah, man, fuck Delta. Like, you can literally have whatever the fuck you want. Like, I hate this horse. And the market had like this. Oh, yeah. He asked.
No, continue. I'm just teeing up. Teeing up.
Yeah. he asked for that the season we bred to primetime, and Dinga bred to primetime before we could make the deal. Like he should have got that season's belly. And so I said, SoCal, my bad. I'll honor the deal for you next season. And then literally like 2 days later, it was like Ted and like whoever else, and prices just went bananas. And here I am, I'm locked into like 100K breed when the horses are going for like $1 million derby. Now, of course, I'm not happy about it, but reputation is important to me. And I said, I'll honor the deal. And so when the horse was ready for sale, he was like, listen, you can't list this thing for the 192K that we agreed to, right? Covering breeding costs and whatnot. You got to sell this thing for like $1 million. So I'll pay like that as security for the asset. I said, fine, no problem. I got no problem with that. So of course people are like, oh, why is the Commish overcharging? We know that there was a deal in place. Listen, I did not pick that number. He picked that number. And I said, whatever you need to do. Now, of course, people are like giving like third time is like, oh my God, record sale. And I didn't want to be like raining on a parade. Like, well, actually, you know. So I tried to right my wrongs a little bit, but also take a jab at you when I bought what is now Hollywood for Monkey Tennis. So like 2 days before, you sold the horse for like, I think it was like 1999999.
Was it even 2 days? It was like an hour later.
Yeah, maybe.
Or I broke the record. Yeah,
yeah, you broke the record, like a legit sale. And then Monkey Tennis was like, all right, how much do you want to pay for this? And I'm like, what did Stenz just pay? I'm going to add one fucking derby right on top, baby. Yeah. And then I think you messaged me like, you fucking dick. Like, I know you're doing that just to piss me off. And you're right. I was, because, you know, we got friendly banter going, or maybe, you know, maybe somewhat unfriendly, but banter going on, just to continue to one up each other. And so that's how all that materialized. So I think I righted that wrong. And so like my ledger actually accurately represents from a net standpoint what we've done, or how well we have not done. So I think. Do you agree
though that there is some danger? So I agree. Net, you're probably right. I've said like 3 times now, you're providing more stimulus to the economy by having these higher numbers and kickbacks on some breeding fees or free breeds included with sales of stuff. Like, I get why you're doing it. Maybe the team does need to critically look at a transfer or trade option. I'm not trying to evade royalties more than anybody else. But what I care deeply about is everybody having a level playing field. Yes. Because I know a deal happened on the side because one person in the deal told me, or I'm in the Cool Kids Club and they told me about what happened. Oh, look what happened between JJ and Commish. It does everybody else a disservice if we don't communicate.
It's very fair. It's very fair. Now, over time, these outliers aren't going to move the average, right? And so, yes, early on, yeah, it's an outlier. It makes headlines. There's probably a net benefit for the game anyway to have some highlights and some marketing material. But yes, I agree. It's not exactly honest, right, in terms of what is actually happening. But again, over time, I think that will go away.
And to your benefit, if I understand the terms of the deal, the ovation number was actually understated. So it's not just that you're overstating everything. To me, it really is just the transparency of the communication, because I think the total value of that deal is a little bit higher. And I do want to give you time to take shots at me, but I think the last big one, until there's some actual punches thrown back and forth, not just, you know, I talk for 20 minutes, you talk for 20 minutes, is this, you did this twice, right? Like, yes, guy. All right. Talk me off the ledge. Age 7, which is like the first full and the second full.
Yeah. So go to Supreme Ledger. But let me ask you this first, then. What would you have done in season 1 and season 2? Let me hear your
You had to do what we were trying to do, what Eddie was trying to do. You had an opportunity to be the first unique piece at S, and you weren't even competing against anybody. Like, Eddie had Opus 1, we only had A pluses. The other S minuses are like PLC or PL stable has like a really low boost. S minus, that's actually been pretty good. It's got like a French name or something. But like, like Eddie at least tried. He took Blood Moon to Moonchild. He took Blood Moon to, or sorry, other way around. Opus 1 to Moonchild, Opus 1 to Blood Moon. He tried, he failed. You took like a uber premium asset. Like Sepima, the equivalent of Sepima at like RD might be Night Saturn or damn near it. Like not quite that good, but Phillies at LTS are starved at the top. And from a non-one-on-one standpoint, there's basically two that worth mentioning, Sepima and Opus 1, honestly. So I'm giving you credit for procuring a great asset. But where the biggest whiff was, and like I said, I think you should have gone to a unique Colt to try to get an S. Even if it was going to be like a low S, it wouldn't be a great racer. It still would have brought the bloodlines up. A person like you obviously cares about the unique bloodlines. What you did the opposite. Like, ticket window 9924 already exists at LTS. So yes, you took an S plus, and two, to your benefit, you didn't know Churro was going to be what Churro is. I'll let you, this the comment-free standpoint, but it was an S plus. It was 5 total matches. I get that. That doesn't mean that Bounce is a 10-match horse, in my opinion. Cheap shot number 2 there, all in one. But if you already had 9924, ticket window, ticket taker at LTS, why not just use one of them, not sacrifice the preferences? Like, it was a reasonable estimate that Churro as a racer wouldn't be demonstrably better than S20s that were ticket window. So you got creative, but you actually ended up sacrificing preferences and didn't get an S plus, and you did it twice. I don't, tell me, explain yourself.
All right. So this is very simple in our eyes. We knew Eddie would take Opus to Blood Moon. Opus is not debatable a significantly better horse than Sepima.
Sure.
If Eddie got that Blood Moon S and we got the Blood Moon S at the same exact time, ours loses every single time. We have less stars, and likely, I think Opus is rarity on the PFPs on the parents. So likely that would be stronger as well from a grade standpoint. So why would we compete going into a losing fight? So our thought was, let's play the longer game, like, and not just the next generation game stands, right? I'm not worried about the PFPs. I'm worried about the names on the cards. Let's play the 4-generation game. And I'm going to show you a horse coming after this.
Huh.
I'm going to show you the horse, one of Paradise's foals, and you're going to be like, you know what? Maybe I should shut the fuck up. This makes total sense. All right. So go back to Supima's. Don't go there yet. Don't go there yet. We're not there yet. Go back to Sepima.
Okay.
Go back to Sepima. Let's go to the ledger. So once we saw Eddie was not successful with Blood Moon and Opus, I think the first one was like A-. We were like, holy shit, he didn't get it. We went to Blood Moon 3 times in a row. And I got 2 Colts out of that, and then I got Oyster out of that. Right? And so we kept Oyster and we kept Paradise. Right? So of my first 5 breeds on Sepima, only 2 are fillies. I still have them today. Then we said, okay, great. We got our filly. We're not going to go for the S anymore. Blood Moon, obviously not that good. Let's go somewhere else. And so we went to EAP, and now we have Gamble, who's about to hit the market. Should do okay in the breeding market. I don't think he'll do great, but it's definitely a unique option for people. And then we started playing the totally random long-term game.
I don't mind this. I don't mind this. I don't mind this.
All right, so let's now go back to Paradise's progeny. All right, this is one of my favorite fillies in my entire barn stands. And so when you talk,
you got to get better fillies.
And so, okay, when you talk about this decision, this one really gets me really good, because look how sexy this thing is. All right, in one more generation stands, I have no PFPs on the card, right? So instead of having an Ajax, instead of having a whoever else, I have a Churro. And so I can go to anybody I want in LTS. And so who is this horse going to go to, Stens? Who's this horse going to go to first?
I assume you go to Can Pork Chop potentially, or one that only uses Morpheus, maybe. I don't know.
Why would I want to add the one-on-ones here when I'm already building essentially a non-one-on-one LTS? to get that ultra desired S plus nothing. I want your not for sale horse, which I didn't get to.
I mean, it's not for sale. I mean, it's in the name. Continue.
Right? Or something else. Maybe we go somewhere else to build this up further. I could go to Debo from here and just keep kicking that can down the road. And then I could put something together when all the cards are so unique and nobody has anything in there that I can make something that everybody's going to need to hit at some point down the road. And so for me, having Cascade as a bloodline now is totally pays for what we did with Paradise.
I mean, you've not convinced me, but I acknowledge your argument on the matter. I just think, yeah, you took 9924 off, but that's fine. You could have used 9924 at LTS at first and potentially actually had a good asset. The same argument of the one of ones falling off applies. It just
but here's the difference, then, and this is what you're not considering. Did you know during season 3 who was going to be the best 9924 stud in Gen 2 or Gen 3 or Gen 4?
I think so.
No.
This is
it's a yes.
Listen. If this is a question about understanding the capabilities of Churro, I will.
No, it's not about Churro. It's about we had no idea who was going to be the best sire in LTS in 3-4 generations from now. I would rather have Churro on the back end than have to double up on the same colt again down the road.
I don't know that that's necessarily true, because I think the analogy I'll make at LTS is I would go back to 9925 and I'd go back to Serenity now. Ours is Saturn there. Like those were all 38 through 41. Like you literally are splitting hairs trying to figure out of those 4, what is better than anything. And the stack grades on the reveal were a little bit different. We know there's radials underneath those stack grades. All of those considerations exist. The point is those 4 are basically replicas. At 9924, there are really actually 2 pieces that differentiate themselves. It's like Goshu, blah, 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 which I tried to get like 17 times to. The guy, Martin, was in the chat. I don't think I ever blocked him. It didn't get that far. We were close there as well. So that was rank 1 and rank 24. The second best one is one we had. We were trying to trade, throw in all sorts of shit to trade from 30 to 24. He turned us down. It would have been a bad deal for us in hindsight. It's no different than the Goliath story. But those 2 are ranked 24 and ranked 30. And then like the next best is Big Balls or whatever Soulmates has, which is like 80, 90. It used to be the old Wilt Chamberlain. Let me see if I can find Soulmates and pull that one up. My point in all of that is, if you told me it would have been hard to pick the best sire at 9925 at LTS, I would have believed you. But to tell me that you have a hard time finding the best or one of the best 2 options at 9924 at LTS, I don't believe you, because I think there was 2 that did stand above. But continue, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying we didn't know who was at that time. What we're saying was people, for the most part in the game, build the bloodlines after the best horses. We wanted to put ourselves in a position that we didn't prematurely use that best horse bloodline. For example, if you've bred anything to Ziggy today, right? Like if you bred to Spider from Mars, if you bred to Monarch, you bred to Scotch Street, you can't now breed to Lucy Juice because you've already used that asset. And so we just figured we could leave, and again, this game is about probabilities. And when I create colts, I want the largest total addressable market. When I create fillies, I want the largest total addressable stud market available to me. In addition to that, we didn't get lucky enough, and we haven't gotten lucky enough, but there's been plenty of horses, there's been a few horses in the game that have been S- fillies breeding with S+ studs, and guess what they got? They got that coveted S+. Had we been lucky enough to get a roll like that, you would have been like, Commish is a genius. Commish is brilliant. I wish I had something to do with that, but we didn't get that. And so the reason why we did it twice, of course, is because we needed the filly. I didn't need the stud. I needed the filly. I wanted to build more pieces.
Yep. Sure. No, that's fair. And to your point, like, this is good.
Look at that thing. Look at the podium rates on that.
As we say, that was
for not even being that good.
Yeah, I wasn't super convincing in that. I was trying to be more bullish on your argument. But I mean, and again, like I said, interject anytime you want to start ripping me on stuff. But like that's the next thing where we actually differ. And then I do want to talk stable construction at some point too. So I'm trying to be cognizant of time. But where we differ is everything is a marketing opportunity for you. And I just want to be like, just evaluate it for yourself. Like I even get a little bit annoyed, again, Sten's being a child, when my S Phillies on the marketplace are like the cheapest for anywhere near it. Like when I list a Philly on the marketplace, I don't look to see like, did this S come from an S and an A plus, or did it come from an S and an S minus? What archetype is it? I'm just like looking at the marketplace screen itself without clicking on any other horses and saying, how can I make my horse seem marketable? And then people will have the audacity to ask me for a breeding report as if it's going to like inform their decision about whether or not they're going to buy that horse, because the breeding report after the horse has been created to me is not that valuable. And you could disagree with that. The breeding report's valuable when you're making the breeding decision itself between sires, because then you can actually see how one sire changes your potential than another. But once the horse is born, it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, yes, you can see the range of outcomes, but we knew the range of outcomes were going to be some subset of an averaging act with some upside and downside. There wasn't a question there, but sorry.
No, there wasn't. So ultimately, that was our philosophy on why we did those things. And I think even using Supima today, like even LTS at the S minus range, even the A plus range is so narrow. Like there isn't even like a true funnel to build up and bring something up without using every piece that already exists there. And so again, this has always been our philosophy, and we did it in season 1, right, of crossbreeding. Like, how do we bring unique pieces elsewhere where they don't exist? And let me say this too, because you brought this up around like, is churro what we thought it was and blah, blah, blah. The thing that makes me laugh the most about the whole churro and nerf and being nerfed or being boosted or whatever, the great buff event. Like, the thing that makes me laugh the most about it is, in hindsight, I will die on this hill that I was 1000% correct. And here's why. Because when people were complaining was the fact that this horse will be so good on the track, nobody will ever lose to it, blah, blah, blah. We're 13 seasons in. That horse raced for 1 season. Like, people were losing their fucking minds over 1 season of racing. And now look, the only people who are affected by the decision to not allow Churro to have those stars that he got that one time are the lower grade horses. They're the ones who got hurt the most. The people who breed to Churro got hurt the most. Not me. I'm not being hurt. You all hurt yourself. And so let me explain what I mean by that. The reason why primetime is so attractive is because you could be an A minus and breed to primetime, or even a B plus. And now you have still a 7, 8, a 9-star horse in the lower ranks, and you're still very competitive. So at a lower rank, you could breed to that horse and still be great. If you're a lower ranked horse, it's 2 words. If you're a lower ranked horse, it's very difficult for you to compete breeding with Churro right out of the gate, because you're going to lose on all those preferences. So in my eyes, the only people who got hurt the most by everybody complaining about Churro's strength was everybody else. Not me. I didn't get hurt. Everybody else got hurt. And so I think in hindsight, that was a miss by the community, thinking it would only benefit me. And in all fairness, if you go back in the Discord and rewind like 2 years, this was the case that I made. But nobody.
That part, I know where you're going with that one, and in solidarity, that part I will agree with. You're going to say, like, the initial rough draft of Churro was actually probably going to be unstoppable, but
it was unstoppable for 1 season.
Yeah. Well, between you and Dinga basically suggested like that shouldn't necessarily be the case, and they said, well, based on like sheer aggregate rarity, like, yeah, mathematically that would actually make sense. And that's an actual interesting to whatever amount of time you want to spend on it, but like how Morningwood is so much better than Debo, or is Atlas the one that Rage Panther has. And it's been described by people that are smarter than me at the game that their guess is that's rarity rearing its ugly head again, that the green background horses were so much stronger than the red background horses. This is not taking a shot at Primetime or Lolly's Legend, but if you look at like Serena Star, which is the two red backgrounds together, like super unique piece. Philly probably was more valuable as a colt, obviously, but like it wasn't even that good of a racer. And Primetime and Lolly's Legend didn't maybe produce as well on the track either, but in breeding it seems like they produced very well. And Serena, I would actually argue, really hasn't. It got Sol Invictus recently, which is an S plus. That's actually what I'm trying to find right now. Do you know the name of the S from Primetime and Serena Star?
Hollywood.
Hollywood. And that's in your barn or his?
Yeah, my barn. I bought the womb off of him. That was, in my opinion, that was the best purchase in the game so far to date.
Well, no. So I probably agree with you. I actually don't know the price on that one.
Ovation was already made.
I don't know the price of that one, but one thing I will make clear, and the community was the beneficiary. There was no good full sale for the seller in the history of this game. Like what ended up happening, and we can joke about it now because I think they're mostly kind of done.
Let me just stop you real quick, Stens. I agree with you 100%.
Never has there been a good full sale because what ended up happening...
A womb sale. A womb sale.
Yes. Yep. Sorry. Yep. What ended up happening is Big Brain Sky, and I fucking love them, and they're the best people to work with, literally the best. They're the anti-Stens. They started selling wombs from like Mightiest Mouse to help the community out, and there was a precedent of price based on like early seasons activities. That number was stupid low because the first foals weren't going for very much, so of course they were like, well, we can give this womb away for that, not considering like how unique a piece that was, because Mightiest Mouse was a super unique RDF piece. And then everybody took that example and weaponized it, like literally, like, well, Mightiest Mouse, like I could be buying a womb for an LTS piece or an LDF piece, and I would say, which we did, we got one from Swift Sapphire from the Big Brand guys who basically said, yeah, this is a couple seasons after the Mightiest Mouse deal you did here. It's a good piece, but it's not as unique as Mightiest Mouse. Everybody just literally used that one deal, the earliest one that happened, and the market never adjusted because we said this piece was unique. It happened earliest. It should have been the most valuable womb. No one thought to themselves like, okay, that logic checks out, but the market's actually changed. So we saw a ton of horrendous womb deals, and we only got the one from Swift Sapphire, but that would have been an exploitable market for sure. Yeah,
I think in hindsight, the womb deal should have always been conditional, and I don't think enough people had enough foresight to think about that, and myself included. So, yeah, I mean, we're basically not doing that anymore. But although I will, sorry, we're not offering that anymore. However, I did purchase a womb this season. I can't share yet.
Oh, come on. There's only a couple people listening. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. When I buy it and Stens, I think you'll know exactly what I'm doing when I buy this one. And you're going to be like, damn, Commish, that was another good one.
Holy crap. This is not me. I would have been wrong. I would have bet you a ton of money on this one. So this horse from Primetime and Serena, Hot Sauce, SS minus stamina, which I think stamina is a worthless stat. Not because it's on your horse. I have SS minus at the Gen 0 level, and I think it's fucking worthless. Finish is so strong. Finish and speed are so strong that stamina just kind of gets overlooked. But I would have thought with that stamina, and then Serena having stamina as well, and Serena actually has speed at RTF, which really doesn't exist, that since Serena had speed, and it doesn't exist at RTF, I thought this horse actually would have been his predator. I don't think anybody expected it to be a great racer, and that's why I'm saying I'm not trying to FUD your colt, FUD the horse you have, but I would have bet a lot of money that it was just being raced wrong for the first 8 races, but it wasn't. It just
Ding and I just
it's a useful piece, But I would have swore to you after this race on February 4th, like I was like, these guys just have to try it in a sprint. And he did, and it's not like there's a yielding thing. You got like a good condition. You tried dirt, and it says dirt on the ticket. Have you considered trying a right turf sprint?
Yeah, I think we did a turf early on. I think we did turf. Yeah.
But not at a sprint distance. 2 of them here, 9 furlongs.
No, I mean, he should run on dirt, but, you know, listen, the value from him is going to come from someone like
Still useful. Yep.
these Astro fillies, like an Otani. You bring that pedigree into this DNA, and like Woloff's probably gonna have the best RT horse in the game. Champagne Problems will probably go to this. Like, there's a lot of really good horses. Actually, I don't know if Champagne. I think Champagne Problems can. There's gonna be a lot of really good Astro fillies that actually have a place to go to now. And they'll be able to.
I agree. This is a great piece, even if the record isn't stupendous. Like when you're crossing that aggressively, like you're admitting that it shouldn't be that great. I guess I still probably would push back and say that I get it says dirt. I think you should be racing turf because the starting and continuing quality of right.
Yeah,
like the best RTFs from the Gen Zero, other than Serena, like to make an asset RTF, you had to start with 100 plus in the rarity. Like the most rare non-top 10 piece are all RDF pieces, like rarity 11, rarity 13. All those pieces went RDF. So if you're talking about like the sheer, again, if we're saying rarity mathematically speaking, like even if it says dirt here, like I would at least try it in a right turf sprint next, or right turf mid even.
And I think Serena too, if I remember from even beta, I don't know how relevant that is today, but Serena had a longer aging curve than some of the other horses.
So my suspicion on that is rarity is a linear function on peak age. Like it's tough to have a ton of examples of it, and this is speculation at best. It hasn't necessarily been even close to been proved out. But when we look at like Baragos, that LTS, that's the 9925, but it's not even S20. It's like way below the others. But it made Can Pork Chop. It's made some other early peak horses. So my suspicion is that rarity is inversely correlated with peak age. And I think that checks out with the examples that I can share. So Jupiter is the rarest at RTF. That's Astro. The next one is Indian Wells. Now they tend to have different distance profiles, and I think that's kind of an Astro feature. Astro was kind of could morph into whatever. But if you take another example that is very straightforward, Apollo versus Pellinar Fields. We actually bred Pellinar Fields. We didn't breed Apollo. So that's rarity 48 and 51. I think it's very clear that Apollo peaks later. Now, they're probably both good at 3. They're probably both great at 4. But I think Pellinar Fields foals have historically been a lot better earlier on. Like we have a good S- running now from Apollo that's 4. It's an S-, and it's beating all the S's it's racing against. It wasn't doing that as a 3-year-old. It wasn't doing it as a 2-year-old. So I think rarely is inversely correlated to peak age. It's a suspicion.
Yeah, listen, I don't know much about that theory. I'd have to think about it. But Churro, in general, his foals end up performing better at age 3, 3.5. They're actually terrible for the most part at 2. I think Stingray has like one or the only 2 that are actually good at 2 years old. And Mr. B was like, I'm never breeding with Churro again. And then 2 weeks later, his horses are dominating on the track. So I think, there might be something to the rarity component. It may just be something underneath the covers. I think Agua Eclipse in LTS is another one that has early peak. I mean, those horses are just...
Which is the rarest one. That is the rarest one,
actually. In the game, to be honest. Like, that horse just makes winners.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's definitely something there. But
rip me on something, dude. Just because.
All right, okay. I got something. You got what is it? New York, unique New York, whatever.
Unique New York, the tongue twister. Come on,
right.
Dude.
Yeah, well, I just twisted my tongue. And then not for sale. Help me understand, Stens. What the fuck are you doing with those 2 studs? Not for sale was what, 4,000 Derby?
So here's where
I don't understand. Like, isn't the point of running a business to make money so that you can self-fund yourself for the future? Why would you handicap yourself?
I'm not handicapping myself, and this is something I should not be able to do. I've said this on several streams. I was the one that originated the term flash breeding. I think Rollo can vouch for that, even though he's not part of the cabal currently. Not for sale wasn't actually publicly available. And it actually, at the price it was very high. So if you go to the ledger, it was listed for, it started at listed at 100K. No one hit it. That would have been fair game if someone wanted to hit it for 100K. What ended up happening is I changed, like, here's your timer. Like, this is me doing things I shouldn't be able to do. At 8:40 p.m., again, I didn't wait till the butt crack of midnight or whatever to do it. On January 16th at 8:40 p.m., the first person hit not for sale at a revised price of 50K. By 8:45 p.m., he sold out. I was done using him by 8:43. So I used like 20 some fillies in a matter of 3 minutes on it. I shouldn't be able to do that. The only saving grace in it is I actually paid above the minimum because it's priced at 50K. Instead of paying $100 internally, like I would if I just literally listed it internally, I actually paid 125K. So you could say, like, I'm the biggest idiot in the world. Like, why would you do that? Why would you pay 125 when you could pay 100? And it's because we got the ones sold externally for 50K. If you want to go to, like, Stenz is the real villain, like, stop trying to be the villain, Commish, is this was a brokered deal.
What does that mean?
So this, through no fault of OAB, like, this is me talking him into it. He's still, like, one of the best people in the community. I approached OAB and said, I know I can use, how many we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He used it 12 times. So I went to OAB and said, I can use not for sale internally 23 times. I don't really want anybody else using this that can use it against me. I want to use it.
Well, why?
Because I want to make the best offspring from not for sale. And I want to give myself 2 months to be able to do that. So basically,
I like an S plus not for sale. Like what were you trying to accomplish?
I took all of the fillies that we own that we could without inbreeding to not for sale this month. That includes a bunch of S's. That includes a bunch of S minuses. Yeah, there's some A pluses in there. But my hope is that I can improve this, even if it's at the S level. But preferably get an S plus out of it and have a better horse and reset the clock on how much I'm ahead of someone else on. So to answer your question on what actually happened here, it was never available. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. You would have seen it within 5 minutes and still been willing to pay 50K Derby for it. And the deal with OEB, and maybe the most nefarious part of it, is I made him pledge that he wouldn't use better than an A graded horse with it. So he could pick any horse, A to C plus with it, whatever he wanted. He couldn't take an A plus to it. He couldn't take an S minus to it. He couldn't take an S to it. I don't care if not for sale doesn't have the highest grossing offspring. Those metrics are fucking useless in my opinion. I know some people use them. I know some people market based on them. What I wanted is I want to make sure I could use this asset and no one could pass me. And again, I shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, you know, in hindsight, right? Like we're 10 seasons deep in, and you're trying to like figure out what is like the best path forward for the community. I do agree that the idea of either private inbreeding or private like in-house breeding or being able to use your own stud like in a flash capacity is probably not ideal. I don't know what the right number is, but it does feel weird that I can pay $100 to breed to ovation and literally
and then charge someone else multiples of that.
I like $4,000. Like in my eyes, if they said do away with like in-house breeding, like private breeding, I think I would be okay with that. And I benefit from that the most. I benefit from in-house breeding the most. And if they said goodbye, I would say fine. However, there has to be a way where you can guarantee yourself some amount of breed. And maybe there's a maximum, right? So you said 20, you shouldn't be able to do 20. Maybe it's 5, right? I don't know. I think the most that I've ever done was actually ovation, and we did 6. I don't think we ever bred more than 4 to any one stud in-house in any season. So just from my own personal experience, if Third Time said, what you put on the market, you get X amount of hours, and then it hits the public market. And this is true for everybody. So if you want to breed in-house, you have 2 hours to do it or 1 hour to do it, whatever it is. And the maximum you get is X. But you're paying the same price that everybody else has to pay. So at least you're contributing the same marketplace fees or the same breeding fees as everybody else, even if you get to keep that breed for free. So I don't know what is the right number, but I'd be okay with some adjustment to what exists today.
There's 3 super easy fixes. I think that one is a good one, like an exclusivity window to your own colts for whatever thresholds you want to put into place there, so that if you put it out for a real number, you can still actually use it, but ultimately other people can use it as well. Easy. I think there's 2 even easier ones, and one speaks towards Mr. B being the destroyer of the game. Is it should have always been, and it should still continue to be, like the easiest breeding fix. Right now, you pay, you pay 20% of your list price? Yeah, it must be right, 20%. If we would have said you pay 20% minimum X dollars, in this case, $50, I think is the number that checks out. If you say you can pay the lesser or the greater of 20% or $50 to breed with your own pieces, no one would have been incentivized to list a colt below 20,000, because if they list it for 20,000, they pay $50. If they list it for 10,000, they pay $50. Why would you list it for 10,000 if you pay the same price you would have paid at 20,000? That would have meant like the Serenity Nows of the world probably stay at 20,000. No, if someone wants to be cuntish and they're going to undercut the price to get breeding fees, like it's still going to happen somewhat, but it's better than like arbitrarily pushing the floor up. Like this is a easy enough solution that doesn't make massive waves in the breeding market and tells people like 20,000 should be the minimum for a good piece. I think that is easy. And then the flash breeding fix, I don't know why it hasn't been addressed yet because we're the exploiter of it, but it's simply a cooldown. If I breed with my colt, the next time I can breed with my colt is 5 minutes later or 3 minutes later, or whatever that appropriate cooldown is. I should not be able to do 23 breeds in 3 minutes. Like, it's easy.
I like my solve better than your solve, which is
I think it's a combination of all of them, though.
Yeah, because if you do or two of them, like, you know, again, if you misprice your horse by accident and you're like, oh, I wanted to breed it twice, and SEB sells out in the first 5 minutes because he's underpriced again, like, I don't think you should be penalized because of the cooldown. But I do get the philosophy of what you're proposing or the conversation around that, and generally I agree. There likely could be something done, and anything that pushes the breeding prices up, not because I think breeding prices should be higher. I think that's a separate conversation, but I think there needs to actually be a true financial decision if you want to take your horse off the
race
track.
versus breed. Yep.
Right, and $60 today, or even $10 if you breed in house. It's just not enough of a disincentive, or it's not much of a debate at all. Like, fucking retire. Especially in the first couple of seasons, you know, when the golden goose was, you could literally breed anything and sell anything. So I think that meta is kind of winding down a little bit. But I think going forward, I still don't believe that $50 is the right number. I don't know what the right number is. It can't be a static number across the ecosystem, because again, if the game grows and we have $1 million horses, what the hell is a $1,000 breeding minimum going to do anyway? Right. So I think there's, I don't know, maybe it should just be free market and we just figure it out. I don't know. I don't have the right answers there, but I would be okay with some sort of adjustment to the current setup.
I think the only thing on kind of price fixing, it's a dirtier term than what you're suggesting, but it effectively is what it is even if you do it on a sliding scale, there's questions about, do you do that sliding scale on an S plus cold has to be listed for this, or do you do it based on the filly, or do you do it based on some combination of the two, like what your expected outcome would be? That's your set price. Like those things work, but I think there's a risk to stalling out the game if at some point the meta moves away from you, whether that's crown price goes down for some unforeseen situation, where like now there's really no risk in breeding. You say you don't like it. I'm saying it's a feature, not necessarily a bug. And it goes back to what I said, like Zed did well, is that they made it about what's coming next. Like if some of these horses aren't great and they were cheap breeds and they're bad breeds or whatever, or like we move on. Next season, there's new 2-year-olds. Those horses now run for the 3-year-old championships. And you don't focus so much on the 20-year life cycle of a horse, but your focus becomes 2 to 3 seasons maximum. Like, yeah, that doesn't solve the inequity you're talking about. Like, I think horses should cost more, and not just because they cost more to make is the problem. Because if you make it where it's cost prohibitive to breed, could you lose specific archetypes? Could you lose specific grades? Can you throw the ecosystem out of balance that says it no longer makes sense for me to breed this, but then all of a sudden we don't have any A+ horses. We have A- and we have S-, but we don't have any A+ horses. So then those A- horses, as they progress up, are always going to have that gap in front of them. Like once you try to force something to happen, you're risking unintended consequences. I think it should be higher. Like there's an easy pickings on some stuff. I don't know that I'm willing to say that to use an S+ colt or to start with an S+ filly, it should cost you $1,000 or something like that. Like I'm not willing to go there yet myself.
Yeah, and there's probably some version of this that is closer to the truth or closer to best practice. I will say I disagree though, making cost prohibitive decisions at the high end impacts the game negatively. I actually think it benefits the game, because the way I look at it is, if you can't breed with my S+ because it's out of your price range, well, guess what? Now you have to breed with somebody else's A+ or S-. Actually puts more money in the hands of more people, which is my whole beef with like doing the A+ at $50 in season 1, is you cut out literally you squeeze out half the game, which then which has been perpetuated season over season now of like, well, if you're not an S+ horse, you're going to get no breeding at all. And listen, I don't know, is that real life? Maybe, right? Maybe there are only 50 horses in real life out of the thousands that actually get, stunning demand. And maybe that is more like real life, where only the top horses get that volume. But for me, if I think about, again, the spirit of Web3, the spirit of the game, right, it's to democratize a lot of the success. And if you're just trying to squeeze every last bit of toothpaste out of the bottle, you're not democratizing that success. And so I had this debate yesterday with Rolo, and again, I just think that at some point you should just take the L or accept the fact that there's no demand for your horse. I'll use a perfect example. I'll use right now. For the last 5 seasons, Hot Sauce and Benedict, which are basically twins, have been the same price. Right? And I've kept Hot Sauce the same price all the way through. I've not touched this price. Benedict is now 20,000 Derby cheaper. First time that he's dropped. Well, listen, that price has fluctuated all over the place, but whatever. He's down to 100K this year, right? Because he didn't get a lot of breeds last season. So he's like, maybe I can get some breeds. Let me lower my price. Johnny Utah is a really nice horse.
Yeah.
Better than Shockwave and better than Hot Sauce. Actually, a combination of the two of them. So in theory, Johnny Utah is eating my lunch. But I haven't changed my stud prices. Shockwave is still the same price. Primetime is still the same price. Or Hot Sauce is still the same price, even though I have more competition now. So could I try to squeeze even more money out of this and lower my price to 40K or 50K to make more money? Sure, I could. I'm leaving money on the table actually by not doing that and undercutting, and then it's just a race to the bottom. And then the game doesn't, in my eyes, the game doesn't progress, because if you have an A or an A- or an A or an A+, like you're literally playing a completely different game then, because at the top end of the game, unless you have that asset, you're never going to be able to catch up. And it should be cost prohibitive for the best players to always have the best. Like, not everybody can have the best thing. Although in theory, they shouldn't be able to have all that. And I wish people would charge me more to breed. You're making the game too easy for someone like me, because I can breed to everything all the time and not have to ever worry about my investment in
There's no trade-offs. Yeah.
And so
I would.
let me end on this point, Stens, real quick.
Yep.
So people ask me like, oh, what do you think what are you going to charge for Ovation? What are you going to charge for Hollywood? What are you going to like? Well, my target audience is very simple. I want to sell to TED. I want to sell to 360 Win. I want to sell to GVG, and I want to sell to Big Brain. And when Big Brain is tweeting out, oh, I just earned 1.8 million Derby and from crown staking, guess who I know can afford those breeds?
Yeah.
Big Brain. And Big Brain's like, I'll pay those all day. You know why? Because Big Brain thinks I'll have an advantage over everybody else. And so before, about 10 minutes ago, you said, I think the studding stats are fucking stupid. They're like worthless. And I love those things, right? Because
I know.
Can you go to that page real quick just so I can walk people through why I love them? And this is really important. This is why I think charging a high price for breeds is really important. All right. And again, this is like the perfect example of what I would call like marketing alpha or like being able to promote your horses. So click on average progeny earnings per start. All right. I love this stat, right? Because this in theory is saying, listen, if you breed with Shockwave, right, you have a higher likelihood of making more money per race than any other horse. And so I tweeted this out. Before you say anything, hold your breath.
It's hard. Go on.
Mr. B was like, yeah, but only the best horses bred with him. So of course you're gonna have a higher number. And I'm like, Mr. B, that's the whole fucking point. I only want the best fillies to breed with my horse. If I know that Monkey Tennis has, I don't know, but I'm just saying in general, if he wants to spend money on one breed, he's not going to spend that money on his A+ or his S-. He's going to go for it with his best horse. And so and Shockwave was the most expensive breed at the time, which is he's only got one crop of foals out there right now, or maybe right. Two now. Yeah, this is his second season. And he's like 30%, 40% better than everybody else. Why? Because only the best fillies went to him. And so now he looks like he's the best stud. And that alone is marketing. That alone is what I'm trying to do. Because when you see 3 red X's on the same screen, it's because only the best fillies are breeding to me. Where the fuck is Serenity now on this screen stuff? You got to scroll down 40 pages because all the bullshit bred to him.
Basically to where you are on the racing leaderboard, like kind of same spot. Does it come up before?
I know you understand my point. And I know
I do, and we just disagree philosophically.
Understand my point. That's why, in my eyes, it's so important to breed or to only have the best fillies go to your best stud. And now Johnny Utah is cheaper than even Benedict. Johnny Utah's at $80K. Like, to me, you're flooring one of the best assets in the game so that other people can make more of the same. All you're doing actually is cannibalizing the value of your own horses. Why were S+ so important in the beginning of the game? Because they did not exist. Why is the SS- so important now? Why would you want to create the inflation on that type of asset to some degree that it actually makes your asset worth less? I don't understand that. It should be hard to make an S+. It should be impossible to make an SS-. And to just let everybody make it actually hurts yourself more than not doing it. And I will die on that hill to the end of times. And I get it. It's game theory. People need to look out for themselves. But look at Benedict as an example.
Well, hold on. Can I get the?
I'm going to end my point here in the next 30 seconds.
Okay. All right.
Benedict has made, or go back to the total stud fees. Yep, go to total stud fees. Just click on stud fees. No. Just click on stud fees. You're already there.
Sorry. Yep, fourth.
He's made, $90,000, $100,000? Well, how much did he spend on that horse? Do you know? Because I know.
Oops, sorry. It's yours, right?
It's a prime time. Yeah. How much did I charge for that breed? $1,200, $1,500, and you made
right.
And you made 45x, 50x on that investment. And you feel like, and again, I'm not just calling him out. I'm calling everybody out. you feel like you need to squeeze even more juice out of that. Like, I would much rather you not breed with my horse and breed with somebody else, because I've already done very well on these assets. To think that you got to go down to 20K, 30, because I need to make even more money, that like, and this is when I say to people, like, take the L at this point. Like, and it's not taking out, like, it's more like be satisfied with the W you've already had and let other people eat. Let the system grow. Let the system democratize so other people have an opportunity to make money. And again, this goes back to me saying, I don't want people making S pluses that easy. But if you do, you got to pay for it.
Yeah. I actually, you are preaching to the choir in a lot of these things. These things we agree on. I still think this stat page is completely meaningless. That part we disagree on. And I think Mr. B should take some of his hard-earned crown and rename Serenity Now to Serendipity Now, because Serenity Now is on your stat, rank 56, and on the gross racing leaderboard, I believe you're 58. So I mean, maybe that horse is outperforming Solanaut stables. I mean, if we're just going to make stats mean something when there's no actual meaning to it, can't that be a stat?
Well,
like, I agree with you, and I don't like the undercutting because it doesn't stop.
What's the rarity on Serenity Now? Like 12 or 13?
38.
One of the
but it is the rarest. Yeah.
It's the rarest LTS, right? Or like one of the best ones?
Well, the rarest of the 9925s, yep.
Right?
37, I was wrong. So
yeah, I mean, listen, it's an unbelievable horse. And he's got shit for marketing because he just let any old hag breed with it. Like, I want the 10s, I want the dime pieces, I don't want, whatever.
Being cognizant, we've been going for 3 hours and 10 minutes, and I'm not waving the white flag. I'm not. But I want to talk about the flip side of what you've talked about and potentially how Mr. B sees it. And again, you could say this is us being extractors and we shouldn't be able to do this. Where our stable constructions differ, mine and his versus yours, is it's the volume game. So if Serenity Now is in there for 20K and he actually has to pay $50 as opposed to $10, I guess $40. You're saying that's nothing, but he's multiplying that like a couple hundred times basically. So that number ends up adding up. And if at the end of the day, in his case with Serenity Now, if 38, 39, 40, and 41 are basically the same horse, if he doesn't take it, he's never going to get it. Actually, Mr. B actually marketed his horse well because it was the rarest that was made well known and nobody could undercut him. So therefore, he didn't just have a market share for the first season or the second season of breeding. He's had the market share the entire time, even if anybody's matched him on price. So he's getting what he wants. You're getting what you want. And I agree that there's consequences to both actions, but it's because of the lens you're looking at it from. So you said you wanted it to be prohibitive for people to breed with you, and you're okay with them passing you if they paid for it. Like, that's the cost of doing business. Totally get it. I laid out for 10 minutes that we basically made not for sale not available and not possible to pass us. So not for sale's full average earnings is going to be dog shit because 12 of the covers went to A's. That doesn't change what not for sale is. The horse is named not for sale. I've talked about it on a stream. That's marketing in a sense as well. Like, I understand being a streamer does benefit our stable.
Were you talking to me?
Not really. Not really.
You named that after Ovation sold, didn't you?
I don't remember the exact timing, to be honest with you. I just got asked by a lot of people on it. It was legitimate, like, don't ask me about this horse name. And then I kind of liked it, so I guess I could pay 100 crown to change it if I wanted to. But my point is, like, if you missed it, some of that was important, so I apologize for the community. I'm going to rehash that. Is Serenity Now was marketed perfectly because it wasn't the asset Primetime was. It was the rarest, and he knew if he didn't go to 4K as the 37th rarest fine filly, the guy with 38, 39, 40, or 41 was going to go to 4K, and he was never going to get a cover with the best asset. And because he got all of the covers in the first two seasons, he got all the covers in every season because people don't even think twice. They just like, yeah, Serenity Now is the best. It's in at the floor. Why would I look at what outcomes Rarity 38's got? Why would I look at what outcomes Rarity 39's got? This is the best. It's the cheapest. I've used it before. I'm going to use it again. Part of that is lack of being able to navigate the breeding barn is pretty awful. They got better with some filters, but I would argue he actually marketed this piece perfectly. And when you talk about, again, the last point I had that you maybe potentially missed is if people are going to pass you at RDF, you want them to pay through the nose for it, and it should cost them something. And I get that. And the way we're doing it differently, and Mr. B would probably be closer to our camp, is I don't want anybody to have an opportunity to pass me for a little while. At least I want some exclusivity period. That's not right. I shouldn't be able to do it, those types of things. But I'm operating within the mechanics of the game to basically say I get not for sales covers for the first 2 seasons. No one else can really do anything about it. Again, I shouldn't be able to do that. Maybe the price needs to be different. But the fact remains, it doesn't fucking matter what not for sales progeny earnings are, because I know that OAB took 12 foals to that. And if everybody else didn't know before I told them, they know now. And even if I never told them, I'm not trying to necessarily market not for sale externally anyways. Like, I don't really care if I sell stud fees because I have such demand internally to use it myself. Like, that's where we're just constructed totally differently. You make your bacon by selling covers because you don't have the fillies to absorb the covers. If we never sell a cover externally, that's kind of fine normally. I mean, I'd like to sell some for sure, but I don't want to be passed summarily either.
Yeah, and I'll agree with you right now that the stats page isn't really important, or the idea of progeny.
You're going to clip this. I'm going to clip this. Say it again.
I said for now. You can't clip that. Because the population is just so small, and it really doesn't matter. But over time, when there's an abundance of everything, it's like, what's going to differentiate this rare bloodline from this rare bloodline? And in my eyes, the differentiation is going to be the performance on the track. And how do you find out who is better on the track over time? Right? You know, you're going to need stats. You're going to need some sort of data component to show you it actually is better to breed with Primetime over Shockwave, or Shockwave over Primetime. They're probably, and let's use them as an example because I think it's probably the best example. It's probably at a total level, if the grades are like radials and their numbers underneath, they're probably.
I've done this. I've done this. I don't know. Sorry, I'll let you talk after this. I've done this. You should watch it back if you didn't. Whatever day you revealed Shockwave.
I watched it.
Yeah, they were the
distribution of stats.
Yeah.
Sting messaged me. He was like, "Hey, I think Stens is talking shit about your horse. Go check it out." And I was like, "I want to watch this."
Yeah, it was a scientific breakdown, as best as I could do with our fillies.
It was very fair. But yeah, they're probably the same. Like the stars are literally the same on every breeding report. Like whatever range you get for Primetime is literally the exact same range you get for Shockwave. On exactly 0% of all breeding reports ever created between the two, do they deviate? So now you're just worrying about the grades. Again, at a high level, the distribution is probably, or like the strength is probably the same. It's just the distribution changes. So over time, right, does it make more sense to breed with Primetime or Shockwave? Now, I'll give alpha right now, at least what I believe to be true. And again, this goes back to my conversation with America's Most Wanted. Why would I want to throw Lolly's Legend into my bloodline if I know Lolly's Legend is going to make something else really sexy with another horse elsewhere? If Shockwave and Primetime really aren't all that different, why wouldn't I just go straight to the source and then save Lolly for later? So that's how we look at it. That's why we love Gen Zeros when a Gen 0 and a Gen 1 are roughly the same. Now, of course, if Primetime and Lolly and Shockwave is an S+, obviously there's more upside there. Of course, I'll take that upside all day. But generally speaking, why would I want to pay more for essentially the same horse? And the market is telling us they want to pay more. You can, by all means, pay more. Like Shockwave got 20 breeds last season, and Primetime got like 6. For me, that doesn't make sense, but I get why people do it, because the one stat in stamina wicks a little bit higher than any of the highest stats on Primetime. So people just see that one, and they use that as the benchmark. Or at least that's I believe how they read it.
I don't know this to be facts, but people are definitely prioritizing, this part is a fact, prioritizing Gen 1s because the PFPs fall off quicker if you use Gen 1s as opposed to Gen 0. If you use Primetime again, then all of a sudden you have to be cognizant of Primetime. If you use Shockwave, Primetime's already a column further to the right. That part's 100% true. The part that I'm not 100% sure on, but I think to be true, is we're seeing more variance in breeding with Gen 1 assets than you do Gen 0. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but I'm not going to state it as a fact. Both if it's the fillies a Gen 1, and then even more so if the filly and the colt are a Gen 1. So you're alleviating some inbreeding concerns. That's a statement of a fact. And you're potentially getting more variance. Now, variance can be a bad thing. If you have the best horse in the game, if you have Can Pork Chop, or I'll even give Kate Kirk from Crimson Raising a shout out with All That Jazz. Like, that thing has produced monsters. It was a monster.
That's his horse? Oh, no, I'm thinking even more Jazz.
Well, he sold it, but All That Jazz is the original one.
Yeah,
and both of the offspring are good.
Yeah.
So basically, my point would be maybe you do want Gen 0 there, part of it because there are inbreeding concerns at LTS, but part of it is don't fuck up a good asset. Whereas if you're chasing everybody because you're at the S- level or the A+ level, maybe you should actually embrace the additional variance that probably, not certainty, but probably comes with using a Gen 1 colt. I think we're seeing that. I think what people on a similar vein are maybe confusing themselves on is it's very clear that breeding is pulling in lineage not of just the parents, but also the grandparents and probably to some extent the great-grandparents. In the breeding report itself, that's probably a little bit hard to discern from the stats. Where it's like so abundantly obvious is on the breeding report what your preferences could potentially be. Because if you took, in our case, we got the Sol Invictus twin basically. So it was Mundo with Serena Star. So high preference RTF with an RTS with like 1.5 soft. Ended up staying firm, both of them, mine and Sol Invictus. So the colt is an RTF, but if you look at any breeding report, it tells you, well, RTS is an option. You could get soft, but that's just simply looking at Mundo has 1.5 soft. It is an option to get that high on the spectrum, but it's not a box and whiskers of your options. It's just the absolute options. So if preferences on the breeding reports were also box and whiskers, I think people would be making more informed decisions. Like I rib Vijay, not just because of his nickname of Vijay, and again, shout out to Vijay.
I think like we can agree with that. Is
but he can't change it. He can't change it. Like Sage Panther, which I call Rage Panther, changed his name to something. It's like I'm still calling him Sage Panther. It doesn't matter. I get my option. But he made he's got Abominable Snowman, which is rude, if we're being frank, by stealing the name and putting it on a good horse when we don't even have a good horse. Like, fucking double fuck you to me. But he's been breeding abominable breeds because he looks at the preference options as the absolutes as opposed to the box and whiskers and says, I can take this pile of shit RDF and I can put it with an LTS and I can maybe actually get like a 3-2-2 LTF horse, and it's like, no, you can't, dude. Like, yeah, that's the absolute options, but it's not a realistic option.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I actually think it's better that way. You got to leave some ambiguity in there, like,
sure,
like it's the 1 out of 1,000 rolls that hits that crazy wick on a preference star. So yeah, no, I do agree. How that all shakes out. But I think the beautiful thing here is, and let me go back to a point you just made about pushing the PFPs off earlier. This is the beautiful thing about the game, because I do believe that that's an absolutely viable strategy, an absolutely reasonable thought process, approach. It makes a lot of sense. We're not using that more often than not, but that has been part of our conversations. We could get XYZ off faster, and then you can add whatever you want. The beautiful thing about the game is there's so many different philosophies that somebody can use to move forward. And breeding to me is just like a puzzle, right? How do you make that? It's like an upside down puzzle. How do you put that puzzle together and find the ways to find things that other people can't? Racing to me is less of a puzzle. It's more like I guess, probability. I don't know. But the puzzle can actually be put together in many different ways. And that to me is like the funnest part about the game, because it's all like intellectual capacity. What can you see, not just what's happening now, but what does this puzzle piece then connect to next generation or the next generation, right? And so that's why we play the game, because we love that component of it. And I think it's just awesome that there really is no, well, I can't say there's no wrong strategy, because there definitely are wrong strategies, but there's just a lot of different ways that one can get to that endpoint, assuming they know what their endpoint should or they want it to be.
For sure. Anything else you want to rip me on? Anything else you want to cover?
No, I think we did a very respectable job of highlighting things that we question and disagree on. And again, I think it's fair that you have your philosophy, I have my philosophy. Other people may have their version of both of ours. But hopefully people will use this as a thought experiment to maybe even challenge some of their own beliefs, or reinforce what their own beliefs are. Maybe they're like, I am Team Stens, and I do want to play it his way. That's what I want to do. Maybe I am Team Commish, and he's just revalidating things that I also believe in. Like I saw in the chat, people were like, yes, Stens, you're right. I saw people in the chat saying Commish is right. So I think that's good, right? And it's not just, these aren't the only two avenues that people can walk down. These aren't the only two avenues that people can walk through to get to the end result. There's plenty of different options. I just think that because we've been successful, we get to share probably the most popular options.
And I'll go back to the top, and before I do, I want to thank you for being so gracious with your time. And like I ribbed you earlier, if this is your semi-annual stream visit, I appreciate you spending it with me. But I mean, we've been talking for 3.5 hours, and it's been a healthy conversation, and that's pretty generous with your time. So I was super appreciative of that.
Let's do another half hour. Let's wrap it up in a half.
That's fine. Then I actually have to pee this time, so you're gonna have to.
All right, let's take a 3-minute break for both of us. I'll grab some water. I might even pee again myself, and then we'll get back together in about 3 minutes. Cool.
We'll give the people what they really want in the meantime. We'll give them the fucking royalty-free music back.
I love it. Like a pro.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
All right, Stans, I'm back.
You're not even gonna let the song build here a little bit? Come on.
They've heard the song enough from you.
Artlist.io.
Oh, it's so good though. It's so good. I actually was going to play. I'll get it out, but I was gonna play all the '80s music I was pumping in the tweets. But I figured this could go so big because of your presence that would be the surest way it got taken down, because it'd be like, oh my God, I was just listening to the spaces or the stream that, it didn't have a ton of in presence viewers, but after the fact, it's just going to be the next Gangnam Style. And at that point, if I wasted it on like a 5-minute video I didn't need to include at the front for intro music, like what a loss for everybody, for humanity.
Yeah, well, hopefully this will be in the archives for a long time. In 2027 when we come back, when it's like season 420. Remember that time the commission stands were actually cordial with each other?
Yeah, it's been a letdown in that sense. I'm trying to get some stuff out, but shout out to Pete. Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are. F Dog again, the fearless leader, I think, of these stables. So I, as much as anybody, want that to succeed and appreciate his efforts there. Thoughts on setup of 6-year-old races being claimers only? I think that makes sense. I think maybe Bryce would concede. I don't know if we got the blog we were maybe promised from ChatGPT about what schedule changes actually look like. But it seemed pretty exploratory to include the 6-year-old plus, and they were $10 max races. So it was more or less harmless in how to do it. I think it does give them a spot to try to understand, do they have fill rates? Does it keep 5-year-old horses from retiring longer? Like there's some, I think this is what they probably should have done when they introduced benchmarks, not just go like all in on benchmarks, like get a better understanding of the mechanics.
Is there like an allowance? Like it's 6 years and plus only?
It's basically age restricted.
Yeah,
so 6-year plus, and it's just, I think the format is just claimer, so there's no weights applied, there's no benchmark ratings.
6+, you're saying? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So I don't race enough to know whether this is good or bad. It makes sense philosophically. It also, like, if it's only claimers, does it make it feel like you're playing a hot potato too? Like, let me dump this thing as fast as I can by the time it gets like 8.
But I'm doing that with 2-year-olds now. Like when you start the season,
we are too.
When you start the season, I'll maybe put an S that I'm unsure of. Maybe the first race isn't even claimers. A lot of times it is, because we have enough fillies. We need to have spots for all of our horses, big people problems or big stable problems. But like what would race in a 250K claimer in the first week, even if it raced there on merit, is probably racing in a 150K at the end of the season, maybe potentially lower. So shout out to Nate, someone that actually is working today other than me pretending to work, I'm sure. Good dude, is actually the one that helped empower fellow Minnesotan Blue Elder to make the SS minus, because the dam of that horse was once Nate. So I like to remind him of that every time I possibly can.
Yeah, what a role for Blue Elder.
Even like that and Johnny Utah, and he's a guy that's taken big swings in breeding and been creative, closer to where you have with your Scalpel versus Sledgehammer analogies or references. And he's a person that's got things mapped out for like literally like 20 seasons. I've seen one of them, because it's no harm in letting me know. It's RDF. I'll never be there. But like quickly to go back to like importance of communication and timelines and things like that. If a person like that's got that elaborate and long road vision, yeah, there are going to be changes. We understand that, but as much as you can communicate in advance what those might look like, it's helpful for everybody.
Yeah, let me clarify what I meant by that T green, right? So what he's saying is, it's not about when I said like I don't want to hold this horse, right? Get rid of it.
Yeah.
I actually believe there's an element of like people want to clean their stable up if they have retired horses in there that are literally just never going to do anything. And like, yeah, you could put filters on, but then you have to keep updating the filters over time. Like, if there was a way to truly send the horse to a pasture or to somewhere that's outside of your stable, then I think there would be less concern of like holding that hot potato at the end.
Yeah. Do we know? Does anybody in chat know? Yeah. What is Yellowstone doing? Does anybody know? In the chat, he sold a bunch of his own horses to a Yellowstone racing stable, which I can understand if you wanted to say like split by archetype. So we have 3 archetypes. Like all of our LTS stuff is in one stable. Our RTF stuff is in the second stable. All of our LDF stuff's in a third stable. No, we don't issue 3 claims on a horse that's worth claiming. I vehemently oppose that. No, I don't race a 4-horse race with some combination of 4 horses from those 3 stables. I can understand separating them like that. The way I think he's doing it is if he's moving things to a racing stable, then he's eventually going to have to move it to the right, which means he's going to have to sell it to the racing stable and then turn around and sell it to the breeding stable. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm going to ask him eventually. We may get to the bottom of it now, but I want to know the answer long term.
You know, he's another guy, you know, like using Eddie's example from yesterday, he got in late. He made some big purchases early. And I think he's done very well for himself and has done a really good job at flipping horses, probably better than 90% of the people in the game. So his transaction count has got to be pretty high. So it's nice when you can have that much or be that in tune with the market and know like I need to move on from this if I'm going to do this other opportunity. Like he keeps trading up a lot. I think those are the things we do need to do a better job of celebrating as a community as well. Like I brought up the K Kirk one, not just because I like him and he's actually just an awesome dude, but if you basically fire a single bullet like that and you buy all that jazz for which was like $1 million at the time, which was a punchy price at the time, like that was crazy. That was probably the record for sure LTS horses, probably some fillies maybe even. And it's fucking worked stupendously. And it didn't work stupendously because the market just went up and up and up. Like, I'm fine not celebrating that. Like, when we talk about the first 2 seasons, you really couldn't have made a mistake. I guess you can make an argument that buying something for $1 million Derby and then giving up that success on the track and going with the unknown of breeding. Like, now I think most people understand that there's probably some consistency in breeding outcomes on the filly side for sure, probably. So now that he's made 2 good offspring, like that's probably an untouchable piece at this point because it was a great racer. It's continued to make great racers. And that's 1 horse. That's 1 buy. It's a huge number. There's a ton of people that can't do that number, but you don't have to try to build your stable on the image of mine or yours. Like you're not even going to be able to do it if you wanted to. Like there's probably, you could look it up from the permaband account in Discord, but I'm sure I said on multiple occasions, I envisioned us being the Amazon of Photo Finish Live. And I think we've done that to a T. Now, I wish we had some better top-end racers. I really do. I think we're on the right track. We have proof of concepts of this is the first offspring or first crop from Jimmy Squarefoot at LDF. They run long distances like we thought they would. Because everything sprints at LDF, they're competitive there. And then from a breeding standpoint, we've got proof of concepts with Unique New York and Not For Sale that going up with unique bloodlines is possible. And now it's just, how do we take the next step and the next step and the next step? And I would think within 6 months, we can luck box our way into every season having amongst the best horses, and hopefully in a month or 2, breeding in a month or 2, but to be born in 4 months, maybe 1 or 2 horses that are good. I mean, we've really bricked pretty hard at RTF as well as we were set up there. So that's been frustrating, but as a whole, great experience. But I feel like RTF is like, it's been more of a replacement at the top than it has been like building at the top.
True. Yeah. I mean,
the floor falls out and it gets replaced rather than it's stacking up higher and higher. Like RDF, I don't think anybody would deny, like the horses just keep getting better and better and better. Like
do we get past
fucking stud, and then now he's got Exoticus, fucking stud. Like it just keeps getting better. But RT, I feel like I don't know.
I agree. Part of it, RT in a nutshell is that from the redemption of the tickets, basically everything had start and stamina, which are dissimilar, not complementary stats. And then that's made getting horses with uniform stats very difficult. Where if you're at LDF, just lean into the sprint meta. Use Ziggy, use Meme God, which is S- from GVG. Use Hercules as another S-. Like all of those are like telling you this horse is going to sprint. And guess what? It actually sprints. At RTF, it's like, okay, maybe you got a good start, so maybe you're a good 4 furlong horse, but that 4 furlong horse can also win at 10 because it's got stamina, or 12 because it's got stamina.
Yeah.
But none of them are great at 8 furlongs. None of them are really great anywhere in the mid. So that's been the problem there. And then I think it's the sheer rarity factor we talked about earlier, that you had to use a lower rarity to get there to begin with. RTS you could make with rarer pieces. So RTS as a whole has been a little bit stronger than RTF and has spilled over. Like you used the one with Hollywood to use prime time to get to RTF. I think that's smart. I think if I erred in what we did at RTF, it's that I didn't do that right away. I knew it was viable. We did RTS right away. And as I said probably 2 hours ago at this point, is we've tried to, which is kind of bad because we have too many horses and not enough races to begin with, but we've tried to identify the long distance funnel at all 3 archetypes we have. So even if bringing in right dirt firm to RTF was the right strategy from like an actual just sheer stats and sheer rarity standpoint, you're probably leaning into a sprint funnel, and that's not where I wanted to be. So it's a mistake, but it was also kind of in line with the vision.
Yeah, that's a fair point of view. I don't disagree. I think because the big races are obviously the most attractive, right? You want to win the 10 furlongs. Like, why do I want to bring that dirt? I don't want to bring dirt into turf. I'd rather bring turf into dirt. And so I think that's a fair philosophy. But I also think, I know this to be true. You can win plenty of money winning just sprints and not ever competing in a major race. But what you're saying is, for you want to compete in the major races. Why even spend my time with the sprints? We also agree. I think we did 2 breeds at Lucy Juice, and I'll never do that again because horses.
It's gonna be hard to make the best Lucy Juice one. Yeah,
it's an amazing sprinting bloodline. It'll probably be the best sprinting bloodline in the game as like a genesis point. But I don't want to make any sprinters anymore. I want to compete in the big races. Right? Like I just won with Venom. And, people were stroking my ego. I fucking love that shit, right? It's the first time that we've ever won a big cup. It actually feels really good. It's actually really fun to win a race. Surprise, surprise. Who knew?
My congratulations got lost in the mail. Yeah, it'll show up at some point.
I'm sure it did.
I will say one thing that was educated on our part, or maybe a hindrance because of the last game, and it makes sense. So it's probably also true here, is when the amount of time you're racing is less, inherently you're going to have more variance. So even if you had the best sprinter, the highest win rate, I would think, all else equal, is still going to be the stayers or the marathoners, whatever we want to end up calling them, because over a longer race, you're eliminating some of that variance of the sprint. That was 100% true in Zed, and I don't know why it wouldn't be true here. I think that Thug Passion's a perfect example of that. Like Thug Passion's stat reveal was not crazy. It had one net S+ stat, consistent across the board, but was basically untouched at a marathon distance. So sure, it probably had great radials wherever it stayed an S, and maybe a balanced stat profile is better than only having finish and only having stamina, or whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, I think some of what he benefited from is LDF likes to sprint naturally, so you're going against the curve there, and then you're reducing variance because of the sprints. So that's kind of the.
But even like look at your Derby winners, right? At least in the early stages of the game, it was Ticket Window, who's naturally a longer distance, a bloodline, and then Scuba was also a longer distance bloodline. Has a Ziggy won it yet? I don't even know.
That's a good question. I don't know. Eddie's got a monster now at LDF that I think does have Lucy Juice potentially, and is a stayer or a marathoner.
Is that the Wooden Rose? That's the Rose of Zion and Morning Diamond one?
I think so. Yeah, Lucy's Wooden Rose.
Yeah, that's a really nice horse too.
Yeah, so it's got Olive Lucy. That was the old Cat horse we were talking about. I couldn't remember fights or arguments I've had trying to acquire horses. Cat had that. That was rarity 34 with Ziggy, made a filly. So it was the rarest Ziggy filly at LDF. So it's got Ziggy and Morningwood and then Rose of Zion. It's a colt, but in theory, Scuba Colts could use it. In theory, Delta could go there, but you'll probably sell the womb again. Like, there's some options there.
Yeah. I have Casino now. I have Rooty Juice 2.0. Casino might be the #1 breeder of all time.
I want to make sure that I've got this right, because it's either a brilliant name, and I'll give you credit for it if it is, or it's a fucking brutal name. Like, explain why, and I have opinions on both, but explain why you named a horse Casino, because you're all about, I even gave you the kudos of calling this prime time starting at noon. You're all about the desirable names, make it a desirable breeder. So what is the rationale for Casino?
We hit the jackpot. That's it. And where else do you hit the jackpot?
Oh, you missed. There was a better line. You said what you said. We'll edit this. We'll cut it out. You said you named the horse Casino because the casino always wins. Boom.
I don't know if I've
Who says that?
But I love that line.
Who says I can't name horses? It's just the sheer number of horses. I hate naming horses.
Yeah, I literally cannot end this stream with you having a better reason for my name than me having a better reason for my name. But I love that, Sten. I do love that. And I love to gamble. I'm going to Vegas next week. I will be at the casino. I love the fact that you just said the casino always wins. I love it.
You play craps at least, right? You don't play dumb games, right?
I play craps, blackjack, and roulette. But I love craps.
Probably cut out the roulette, but the rest is good. What do you want to rip me on? We got 15 minutes here.
A little $10 bet on Yo, baby.
Table limits in Vegas is probably like $50 now, though, aren't they?
Well, we'll be there right after the Super Bowl, so it should be empty.
Okay.
No, nothing else. But you mentioned before, I think in joking, you said like maybe the Commish can help me name my horses. So I have two recommendations for you.
Okay.
All right. The first one is you gotta fucking sell half your horses. You don't need that many, especially the Gen Zeros. You, Soulmates, OEB, you guys don't need. And I'm saying this truthfully. You don't need 50 Gen Zeros. Let other people have some Gen Zeros. I'm being serious.
I agree. I was waiting to respond in one way you might not expect, but I thought you had like a couple things to rip.
Okay, and the other one is this only works if you sell some, but you could have bloodlines where the first letter of a horse represents that bloodline. So this one is all A's, this one's all B's, this one's all C's, and it kind
which Soulmates did in beta. So you had
you can't just combine names all the time. Like that doesn't work.
I hear you. A lot of times it's just for efficiency of like, it's obvious what this horse was. And sometimes they're really bad when you're starting with really bad names. And, what could have been worse is I could have named all of our Gen Zero horses something off the periodic table and then tried to build from there. Like what's the actual chemistry behind dynamite? If I wanted to make dynamite, what would I combine? Type of thing like that. That would have been worse. So you're lucky it wasn't worse. As far as selling some Gen Zero, it's a decent thought. And they still get decently punchy prices. Like, if I want to say something about the broader, like, is the market worse today than it was in November? Yeah, duh. But that doesn't mean it's not healthier in some ways, and it doesn't mean it's not more mature in some ways. I think people are more in tune with what they're looking for, and they're being more selective, and then they're also understanding the value of the age of a given horse. So if everybody's going to list their horses on Monday as 0-year-olds, yeah, maybe the price might go down from what it is today. Because today, if you buy a 0-year-old, it can race in 1 month. And if you buy a 1-year-old today, guess what? It can race Monday. There is a premium to that. And especially if you've got like a crown runoff, which maybe will be backfilled somehow, some way. We don't know what we don't know. But the fact of the matter is time is money. And what an S-foal was in season 2 racing against 20 other S-foals is different than an S-foal now racing against 24 S-pluses in some of these archetypes. So it can potentially be healthy. The reason I struggle with selling Gen Zeros it's kind of what we talked about, is like making sure there's not actually gaps in the horse population. So if I still have A minus Gen Zeros, one, it's me pouring one out for the little guys, right? The peasants, the poors. I'm with you. Hoorah. But two, if I take that S or A minus and breed it, however I'm breeding most of my other stuff, I mean, we're sledgehammering it, you know. But that likely means I'm going to get an A plus offspring. So if I sell that A minus because I don't need it anymore, then all I'm left with is like I'm always getting S's or S pluses. Jokes on me, we don't get S pluses, but always S's or S minuses. I don't need more S's or S minuses. So what I would actually have to do, it would be selling the better Gen Zeros, which I'm not willing to do. So if anything, we should just sell more fulls so that we're kind of more evenly balanced. We don't have 1,000 S minus RTF colts, so that when we're in season 11, as I tell Bryce, I can at least raise some of them. Some of them are sitting because the rain never quits. But
yeah. I mean, listen, there's a number of things you can do, but you do have like 7 of the same filly, same archetype at the same grade with the same number of stars. Like
Amazon, we can't go out of stock, dude. It'll be in your stable overnight.
All your kids, right? And you love them all equally. I get that. But you know, listen, you maybe in season 15 or so, you say thank you for your service. You tip your cap. You pour a part of your screwdriver out for one of them and let them run.
It was a mimosa. We never got to those burning questions. What is your favorite brunch cocktail?
So I'm not really a mimosa guy. I'll have one if they're available. And I'm more of a Bloody Maria guy than a Bloody Mary guy.
Is that the one with like clam juice in it?
That's Clamato juice. Yeah, I can do those too, but the Bloody Maria is tequila, not vodka.
Okay, yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Okay, you're not into orange juice and breakfast cocktails for the most part, then, so that takes.
I could do a mimosa. I could do one. I just don't
so
like
if you have
champagne gives me headaches.
That's true. That is true. If you have orange juice, how much pulp? No pulp, medium pulp, heavy pulp. Where are you at on the pulp scale?
All right, so my wife and I have this debate all the time. She's a no pulper. I am a some or all pulper.
Yeah.
Give me the texture.
God damn it. This is what happens when it happens when you meet people in real life as well. Like, I would encourage people to not just be a keyboard warrior and actually meet people, but we're just agreeing on too much. This is actually horrendous content at this point, but it is what it is.
All right, what about steak? What about steaks then?
Fucking Lacey's wrong. That's not a
shocker.
Steaks for sure, medium rare. If I'm cooking it myself or trust where I'm going, I could even get away with rare. And that, I understand, means purple or some purple, at least, depending on where you go.
Yeah, it's medium rare. It's medium if it's a ribeye, but yeah, generally it's medium rare.
Agreed.
All right. What else we got?
We done? You got nothing to rip me on? What about how many servers do you think in Discord exist, and maybe we can include Telegram, that talk about PFL on a daily basis? What's your guess? Keep in mind, like, there's the D-stables of the world, there's the gap datas of the world, like those exist and they're normal and they're open. How many do you think we got?
I couldn't even guess. I couldn't get. There's got to be at least. No, I don't know. It's probably not as big as I think. It's probably in the 20 to 50 range.
That's a huge range, but yeah, I would say there's at least 20.
It's one of the OGs, right? Like, I'm sure Peeb is in like 1 or 2. I'm sure you're in 1 or 2. The Gap one exists. I'm obviously in one with Wolof and Dinga.
Whoa! Private? Exclude membership fee?
No,
what are we talking here? How do you get in?
This is no membership only. We threw the keys away. What did Peep say?
Yeah, I mean, we can if you want. It's counterproductive at this point, and for those that are in the know, my thoughts aren't necessarily changed there, so that's why I feel it's counterproductive to go there. But yeah, maybe stop hosting spaces potentially. Although it's probably the highest view account I've ever had. This might beat it. No, what I will say about like because Bryce talks about calling people the cabal and such and the like. And it's just, to some extent it exists, and there's going to be a natural form to it. You mentioned YSM's going to have theirs because they have an ownership group. Yeah. We have one that started because we have an ownership group. It's obviously grown. People are going to find their people, and that's who they're going to trust, and that's who they're going to talk to. And as the game grows, the public Discord is going to take an evolution. It did in Zed. It does in every server as it grows. You make connections with people. You talk to those people. The bigger the project is, the more noise there is in the Discord. So it's healthy, and it doesn't mean I don't want to help you. It doesn't mean Commish doesn't want to help you. Everybody wants to help you. Ask questions. I thought Eddie was pretty kind to include us in his 4 horsemen. I was happy he didn't say like the headless horsemen. That's kind of what I was actually worried about, which Ghost actually probably might work as a headless horseman.
If I remember correctly, he said the 4 horsemen and then named like 9 people.
5. It was at least 5. I know it was 5 because I was like, am I going to get a mention here? Am I going to get a mention here?
Yeah.
And Monkey Tennis is for sure on the list too. So we need to get Monkey Tennis to be more publicly facing for sure. But what else? We got 5. We can make it. 6 minutes. Who's going to win the Derby tonight? I said Sours. Do you have a different pick? Do you disagree?
No, listen, I got to go with... I was rooting for Wildfire when Wildfire was in the Derby. It ended up raining that day, so Wildfire had no chance. That was a great horse that I sold. I was rooting for Ron. And now this is a progeny of Cobra. And so I'm going to root for Sours, even though he still has me blocked.
I'll talk to him about that. As a person that tends to block people, maybe I can get through to him.
No, it's fine. Listen, I have nothing. I don't need anything from him. But of course, like I did with you today, I expect an apology, and he's probably too proud, like I am, to do that or to offer that up.
Bryce knows
he will say I was wrong.
Yeah, Bryce knows the story. He just doesn't know how we're teasing and dancing around it.
Is it the only S plus in the whole race?
It is, but I do want to, like, if there's
this is what's awesome, Stens, about this game. We're 15 seasons deep. There's over 100 S plus horses in the game. I think there's like 145 or 150 or something like that. And in the biggest race of the game, there's only one. And so that shouldn't really scare people. And so I made a horse for 150. It's an S. Of course, I would have loved the S plus, but the S's have just as much chance to win as anybody else. And that's going to be true for a very long time.
Agreed. And the first SS minus, sorry, Tom, is probably a dog shit racer. It's how you get to each of these grades and how you progress and how you move forward. And I think another thing it underscores that we did spend some time on earlier is that these aren't necessarily 1 or 2 archetypes anymore. It's not just left dirt firm or left dirt soft. It's the distance funnels within them. So if there's a butt ton of S pluses at LDF, if they all sprint, that doesn't matter if you're running 10 furlongs. Start isn't busted that much that they can compete in these races. So.
What's Wyatt Earp's chart look like? Can we take a look at that real quick?
He's definitely a stayer for sure. It's a good horse. Do you use any of these charts?
All the time.
What do you use for tools? Do you use gap data? Do you use MJ? And shout out to poor MJ who's going to go live after this. 4 hours. He thought maybe we'd go for maybe 90 minutes maybe, but. Do you use just this, or do you use external stuff?
No, I use Gap a lot. I talk to those guys quite often of like, can you add this? Can you do this? Can you adjust this? They're excellent. I definitely suggest if you guys use tools to offer up some donations. I've given those guys a few pennies because I know that they've helped me make some decisions. Look at MJ, what a legend!
I know.
The race chart, the top right, and I actually wrote a Medium article about the charts, like how I find them useful, how I think they could be better. This is what I do all day at work. My favorite chart are the ones on the right. So really being able to identify what your distance preference is as soon as possible is key, and then understanding your ROI. This chart, the box and whiskers, I think actually got worse over time. So
it was good at the start. I would say I use some combination of this one, and then I use kind of just the fleet figures at a distance, because normally the fleet figure hits you in the face on where you should be running your horse. Hold on, I gotta grab my dog.
Yeah, actually, on the fleet figures, it's not. This is not the right tab, right? The actual fleet figure tab has like the conglomeration of all those data points.
I've never even seen this. Swear to God, I've never seen this.
This is like the best chart for fleet figures. So the first thing on the left side is this should really help you. I can't look at Stenz's face. It's like Christmas. Like he just got his BMX with the pedals or with the pegs in the back.
Someone shared a chart with us, and I had to know it came from PFL. I'd never bothered to ask where they got it, but continue. Sorry.
Yeah, F dog. It's the best page, right? Like how did Sten, go drink another mimosa.
I probably will. I'll stare at this for all my horses now and figure out how I was racing them wrong.
All right, so this fleet figure on the left, like the over time, is the absolute best chart that indicates how aging is trending up or down. Right? Again, if you're putting your horse in the best position possible, increasing your probability of being right, this is where that's going to highlight that. And then on the right chart, right, this is going to point out right away. And this is a version of the old RE stuff. What's your best condition and what's your best distance, generally speaking, right? Looking at the colors. These are great charts for the racers. We don't use these as much because we're paying attention more to breeding. But for a racer, like there's not much of a better chart you're going to get than this.
Peeb, and we'll probably wrap here, but let it be known that I don't think he's going to be the next guest of the stream, but one of the more prominent Z-Run stable managers in the history of the game is currently dabbling in racing some of our fillies, which is not very consequential because none of them are any good. But if he ever figures it out, you guys actually might potentially be in trouble. And I will try to get him to be more involved publicly and including on these streams. But on that note, I do think I will be back Monday morning, but it will be right as foals drop. And I have a super hard stop. As opposed to 4 hours, I literally can't go more than 85 minutes. And I think the new rising star of PFL content creation, poker player from Dranny Park, is going to potentially join me then. So I'm appreciative of that. We'll get through our stable. We'll get through his. We'll try to get through some of the home runs that Commish hit. Maybe we'll do all of the ovation breeds. But that's the plan for Monday, right? As foals drop for 85 minutes, then I'll leave you guys on your way. I super appreciate you joining Commish. Like, I have no doubt been rude to not just you, but to other people as well. I think we agree on more than we maybe thought, but I suspect we both thought we probably agree on a lot of stuff. And I think getting these different vantage points, aligning all of the clans together for the good of PFL is good. So I appreciate you. Yeah, Stens, the feeling is mutual. I appreciate the invite, like the official non-backhanded invite. This is very enjoyable. It's not often that like you get to talk PFL. Like I think PFL, right? Like I'm using osmosis to discuss PFL, like through text. But to actually discuss it is a lot of fun, and it really challenges. Like, does it actually make sense when you try to say it out loud or communicate it? So, do appreciate the forum. This was a lot of fun. I still am leaning towards the Putin interview strategy, but we'll see how things go. But listen, anything that can move the ecosystem forward, anything that can help, I will always be first up to help. And I suggest and recommend anybody else listening, if there's anything you can do to help, put your 2 cents in. And if you want, and if you're out there and you want to join the stream and you're afraid to ask, just ask. Hit the snowman up. Hit me on Twitter or Discord with Stens31. It's not that we have Mr. B and Vijay on because they're part of the cabal. It's because they're available. Like I said, Vijay is literally watching paint dry. He's got nothing else to do. He's an easy target. It's hard booking people like Commish. It's hard trying to get monkey tennis. Soulmates, totally fine. If you're out there and you want to be on F-Dog, reach out. So appreciate everybody tuning in. I will say, I apologize in advance, but you should continue your PFL viewing experience the rest of the day, because I think MJ is going as soon as I wrap up here. If I knew how to rate him, I would. And then I'm guessing someone's covering the Derby tonight, and hope to see Sowers bring it home personally. So with that, we'll wrap. Appreciate you all. Thanks for tuning in.